Morning, Jeff.
Morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. And yourself?
Well, thank you.
Good, good. Things going well out there in Waynesboro?
Yes, we had a board meeting last night. It was relatively short. Went well. So
There you go.
I'm
Short
going
is
to
the
have to jump off at 9 this morning. I have a Wednesday 9 o'clock staff meeting, principals meeting on Wednesdays after the board meeting. So since we're meeting on Wednesday today, we'll have to jump off for a little while this morning.
no worries. We'll be starting in a minute, Jeff. I don't know if you were on when we turned it over to Kevin to get us going live. So
I was not.
all right, he's giving host back to me. So Christine, you are the co-host and the meeting is now yours.
You want me to get started this early? All right,
Well,
then.
you can wait for 4 minutes. Yeah, we probably should. It's at 8 o'clock. So
Yes, sir.
but we are good to go.
Thank you so much.
Love it when a plan comes together. Christine, there'll be a couple other people from our finance office that I'll be admitting to this meeting. So when you see some unfamiliar names, don't stress.
Thank you, sir. And on that, it is now 8 o'clock. I'm going to officially call this meeting to order and welcome all of you to the final meeting days of this administrative year. It's hard to believe that a year ago at this time, we were meeting in person. Most schools were operating under normal protocols. and faint whispers that change was on the horizon seemed unfathomable. But when we thought the impossible couldn't happen, it did, and schools closed. It forced everyone to rise above the multitude of never before seen challenges. Many of us, many of you may still be feeling overwhelmed, but each of us has found a way to persevere. So thank you for being determined, for being brave when it would have been easier to fear, and for holding on to hope because it is getting better. I'm calling on each of you to continue doing the great work you are doing because you are making a difference in the lives of students with disabilities. My name is Christine Jermeyer. I am the parent representative for Region 4, and I serve the Virginia State Special Education Advisory Committee as the chair. For those of you who may be watching this live stream, I would like to thank you for making this meeting a priority. I hope we can continue to offer solutions as we fulfill our responsibilities. The purpose of this advisory committee is to promote the education of children with disabilities, and we accomplish this by providing advice and policy guidance to the Virginia Board of Education and the Virginia Department of Education, once it has been gathered from citizen input and the various constituency groups each of us represents. So at this time, I would like to call the roll of the membership, and as I call your name, please respond with your full name and tell us which constituency group you represent. I'll start off with Miss Danny.
Hi, I'm Danny Allen Brona. I represent the higher education constituency group.
Thank you. Meredith.
Good morning. My name is Meredith Barber, and I'm the parent rep for Region 5.
Wonderful. Kendra.
Good morning. My name is Kendra Belcher. I coordinate career and transition services for Chesterfield County Public Schools, and I represent transition.
Fantastic. Suzanne. You are.
I'm Suzanne Bowers. I'm the Executive Director of PTSI, and we hold the Parent Training Information Center for Virginia.
Thank you. Delana.
Good morning. I'm Daliana Curry. I'm the teacher representative, and I'm in District 3.
And your mic sounds far away. It was hard to make out. You want to do that again?
My name is Daliana Curry. I am the teacher representative, and I'm from District 3.
Fantastic. Jeff. Oh, you're muted, sir.
Excuse me. You'd think I'd have Zoom figured out by now. I'm Jeff Castle. I represent the school superintendents for the state of Virginia.
Wonderful. And I believe Miss Ann is away back in school this morning. Mr. Garrison.
Mike Garrison, Region 6 parent rep.
Fantastic. Mr. Justin.
My name is Justin Gatling, Region 2 person with disability.
Thank you, sir. Claire.
Hi, I'm Claire Huerta. I represent the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities.
Awesome. Marguerite. Oh.
Hi, I'm Marguerite Jeffa. I'm the parent representative of Region 1, and I'm also the secretary.
Fantastic. Erin.
Good morning. Erin Kelly, she, her, or the singular non-binary they, them pronouns. I am the Youth Services Program Specialist with the Virginia Department of Social Services Foster Care Team.
Fantastic. Matt.
Morning, everyone. I'm Matt Luther. I'm the agency rep for the Division of Rehabilitative Services.
Awesome. Tasha, I don't believe she's entered the room, but she's on her way. Pat, am I missing Pat on the screen? No? Okay. Rob, is Rob here? I don't see Rob. Jill.
Good morning. I'm Jill Sowers, and I represent the Virginia Department of Juvenile Justice.
Great. And Reagan, sure she's here on the call. Brian.
Good morning. I'm Brian Simo, and I represent private schools.
Great. Joan.
Good morning. I'm Joan Sumner. I'm the parent rep for Region 3.
Awesome. Sandy. Is Sandy here yet? Not yet. And Michael.
Good morning, Michael Willen, parent rep Region 2.
Awesome. Okay, we officially have a quorum to conduct our business. It is my hope that we will get the opportunity to meet in person sometime in the near future. At this time, I would like to extend warm greetings to the team joining us from the Virginia Department of Education. I see some familiar names. Miss Lisa Crafton behind the scenes there. Mr. Hank Millward, as always. And Hank, who else do we need to acknowledge here this morning?
Tracy Coleman, who's from our finance office, going to do the annual plan presentation. And then I believe at least one of her staff members is here, Ella Barnes.
Okay, fantastic. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here with us this morning. We couldn't do our work without each of you, so thank you for your support.
Christine, I think Justin Gatlin signed in after you started with your roll call.
I got him on the roll call. The folks that I
Okay.
Yeah, I don't, if Tasha has entered Pat, Rob, Reagan, or Sandy, those folks I don't have here, and Ann, who I know could not join us this morning. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to call for a motion to approve today's agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Michael.
Second.
And Mr. Garrison with the second. Any discussion? All right, I'm going to call the roll. All those in favor, well, just aye or nay, sorry, to approve today's agenda. Danny.
I approve, sorry.
That's okay. Meredith.
Aye.
Kendra.
Aye.
Delana.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Mr. Garrison.
Aye.
Justin.
Aye.
Marguerite.
Aye.
Aaron.
Aye.
Matt.
Aye.
Tasha. Pat. Rob. Jill.
Aye.
Reagan. No. Brian.
Aye.
Joan.
Aye.
Sandy. I don't see. And Michael.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, and the motion carries for today's agenda to be approved. So I hope each of you had an opportunity to review the minutes from the December meeting, which are available on the Virginia Department of Education's State SEAC webpage. Unless there are any corrections that need to be made, I will call for a motion to approve the minutes of the December meeting. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes of the December meeting.
Thank you, Michael.
Second.
Thank you, Danny. Okay, I will call the roll once. Is there any discussion about the minutes? No? Okay. I will call the roll once again. Please reply aye or nay to approve the minutes of the December meeting. Danny?
Aye.
Meredith?
Aye.
Kendra?
Aye.
Delana?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Mike? Garrison? Justin?
Aye.
Marguerite?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Tasha? Pat? Rob? Jill?
Aye.
Reagan? Brian?
Aye.
Joan?
Aye.
Sandy? Michael?
Aye.
The The chair votes aye, and the motion carries for today's agenda to be approved. Okay, great. So as a reminder that if at any time you need to step away, please feel free to do so. I would just ask that you let me know in the chat box, let myself, Hank, or Lisa know. And if you get disconnected from the meeting and can't get back in for any reason, send an email or text message, and one of us will respond as quickly as we can. At the previous meeting, I asked for some assistance to keep us on time, on task, and taking breaks. I'm going to be relying quite a bit on Jill to keep us on task. I'm going to ask Mr. Garrison to offer breaks at 45-minute intervals. We're going to be meeting over the next, fantastic. We're going to be meeting over the next 3 days, and even the 5-minute breaks are helpful. We can always decline if we have too much momentum going, but I would like them to be offered. Does that sound like a plan? Thumbs up, head nods. Yes, yes. Great. Thank you so much.
Christine, remember on Friday, it's only the executive committee.
Yes, sir. And so I want to make sure that my frontal lobe is not throbbing by Friday morning. Okay, let's see. So as many of you know, quite a lot has happened since December. We adjourned knowing that a report on K-12 special education in Virginia would be coming from the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission, or JLARC, which would likely include recommendations. The report of the review of the Children's Services Act and private special education day school costs had been released, as was the report on operations and performance of the Department of Education, which also included recommendations. The General Assembly was preparing to begin its session, and we were to be keeping an eye on their activities, reading the JLARC reports, and come prepared to make recommendations for the annual report. So we have a few busy days ahead of us and a lot to cover. If it's at all possible, I would like to see if our presenters are ready to go a little early. And I'll start off by yielding the floor to Hank so he can provide his report on the public comment from the December meeting. Do you think we can get kicked off a little early this morning, Hank?
I don't see it as a problem.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Christine. Last public comments from December's meeting. There were two. The first was about the virtual learning and how it wasn't working and students were falling behind. And we have at the department obviously been addressing that continually since the onset of the COVID, and we continue to address and provide guidance as things unfolded throughout the COVID pandemic, and are currently making the push to get more and more kids back to in-person learning per the governor's directive and the hopes of the department as well. We need to get our kids back in school as quickly as we can, but we need to make sure we're still doing it safely and not causing anyone to feel uncomfortable with returning if they're still a need for some students to be on virtual. So we fully addressed the first public comment and are continuing to work on it, as I said. And then the second comment from the last meeting was about the Virginia Alternative Assessment Program, the VAP. And we at the department have continued to address the issue of the VAP and are now creating a new VAP that will be released for the 21-22 school year. So be on the lookout for some new information on the VAP and the changes that will be forthcoming. And I have responded to the two inquirers with these comments and provided them with some similar feedback as well. So that will conclude my report on the feedback for the public comment session.
Thank you, sir. Fantastic.
You're very welcome.
And do we have, is Miss Tracy ready to go with her presentation this morning?
Good morning. Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, fantastic. Well, welcome. Welcome, Miss Coleman. Thank you for joining us this morning. Lovely to have you here with us.
Why, thank you. I believe you received copies of the information I'll be sharing with you this morning already in advance of the meeting. Just to summarize, the IDEA, excuse me, IDEA application is available for LEAs to apply, including SOPs. LEAs are required to have their school boards and SEAC committee to review applications. In Virginia, SOPs do not have local school boards, so as a result, the SEAC committee for this state actually reviews and no action is required. Currently, we have 7 SOPs that are applying for funding. Just most folks don't realize the calculation or the funding formula for special ed. So if you don't mind, I'll share that this morning. IDEA funding is based on a funding formula. It's not, it is per pupil driven, but that data is from December 1998. So it's not based on students' December 1 child count as of most recent. There are 3 components to the formula. The first component deals with the base formula or the base allocation. As I said previously, that's based on December 1, 1998. The second component is based on school census data within a school division. And that's the number of kids that live in a jurisdiction. And that data comes from Weldon Cooper Center. And the third component is based on poverty, which is free and reduced lunch percentages that we receive through our school nutrition program. That's embedded in a formula and the calculations are automated. For the numbers that were provided to you in the application, that is based on that particular formula with the exception of the VSDB Stanton. Given that the VSDB Stanton has a residential program, which is not necessarily consistent in the small number of students that are at VSDB, additional funding is made available for that particular program in Virginia to support students with disabilities there, given the population and the needs of those particular students. The numbers range from 975 students, and I think that's maybe 1 student that's at King's Daughter at that particular time. However, most of the populations that are at SOPs are very transient. They're in and out frequently. It's not long-term most of the time. And they serve students that have disabilities and students that do not. So the funding made available through this program is specifically for students with disabilities. You have before you the dollar amounts and a summary of the types of activities or programs that will be funded or projected to be funded in the coming year. These may range from personnel costs. Most will purchase materials, supplies, or technology to support students while they're there or not in their home school. As mentioned, there are only 7 state-operated programs applying for funding under the 611, which is school age, and under 619 is preschool. There are only 4 that are available for funding because they serve or have students of that age group that are in their facilities. And the dollar amount range from less than $500 up to $16,000 that's made available for those localities. Do anyone have any questions?
Did you notice any change? I'll ask the question. Did you notice any changes to the applications at all? Were there as many as last year? Were there fewer? Were the dollar amounts that they were requesting increased or decreased in any way?
Well, the dollar amounts are funded through a formula, so it's not available for them to request funding in addition to what they are allocated. It's entitlement funds. There is 1 less SOP that is applying for funding this year. That's the Commonwealth Center for Children and Adolescents. That's in Stanton. They have a challenge with spending the money because from my understanding, the average stay for students there is about 12 days. So by the time the student gets there, it's hard to set up the educational services, and they receive funding from the state for the students that are there. In addition, like I said, they have students that have disabilities and students without disabilities. And because this funding is specific for students with disabilities, there's a challenge with spending the funds from year to year because most of the students assigned there may not have an IEP, or it's not allowable to use this particular funding source for those students.
Thank you. Any additional questions? No. Head nods, no. And if I recall correctly, we don't actually take action on this report. We just accept the applications. Am
Yes,
I
that is
correct,
correct.
Hank? Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Well, thank you, Ms. Coleman. Was there anything additional that you needed to share with us?
No, not at all. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for joining us this morning. And thank you for being flexible with your time.
Marguerite, I would just make sure that the information that you were provided by me and from Tracy regarding the reports and the spreadsheet are included in the minutes.
Do you want her to include the summary page? That I believe there was a summary page that came with that, with the packet, just the summary page?
I think the summary page will be enough, and we'll keep the others in backup in the file.
Okay.
So you can, okay, let me see. You can, when I write the minutes, that summary page can be added to the document when I send it over to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I will not touch that. I would just say that those information can be found by, okay, cool, got it.
Okay, great.
And Jeff is not on yet, Christine, so you might want to do a little bit of business between now and the time he logs in.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll get back to some of the items that I had previously talked about. The General Assembly, as you may or may not be aware, was very busy, very active. A lot of the discussion, or a lot of the recommendations that came out of the JLARC reports, at least it's my understanding, limited as it may be, that a large portion of the recommendations specific to the K-12 special education have already been addressed through actions taken by the General Assembly. So there are several House bills that made its way through, because as you go through and you take a look at the recommendations that were made, many of them were General Assembly actions that needed to be taken, and so they did. So for instance, there's House Bill 2299, 2316, 2314. Those bills in particular, I think there's also Senate Bill 1288. A lot of those bills were the result of the recommendations coming out of JLARC. So the point in my saying that is that the General Assembly is already taking on their part of what needed to be done from the JLARC report. Is that making sense? So there, we don't play too large of a role in the recommendations that are coming out of any of these reports, other than what do we want to capture in our annual report when we put that before the Board of Education. One of the recommendations in there included the parent ombudsman, creating a fact sheet, a simple one-page fact sheet for the parent ombudsman, elevating that individual, and that action, that's already been done. So that's the box has been checked. the Virginia Department of Education has already created that fact sheet, and it is available on the website. It's not available on the Virginia Department of Education's website, the fact sheet and a little more information about that. So I would encourage you to share that. And actually, there was a superintendent's memo that came out addressing that, and it is 040-21. Marguerite, I'll send you that. That's on the parent ombudsman.
Okay.
Earlier, Hank had he had referenced the new VAP. There was also a superintendent's memo on the VAP, and that was 033-21. So you can read more about what is the activity surrounding the VAP. There were a few other superintendent memos that have come out that are relevant to the work that we're doing. Some of the recommendations that were made from JLARC. One of them included activities for students with disabilities, the extracurricular activities. So a superintendent's memo came out. It's 018-21. If you want to, if you haven't read that. There was also the teacher, and Jill, I may need help with this one. It was the one that was that was in regards to the teachers, and I think it may have been the Grow Your Own teacher funding that's available, and that was 037-21. Another one also came out around the locally awarded verified credits. I think that's very important for our folks. And that was 041-21. And then we had the micro-credentialing discussion. And that was something that we've talked about in the previous years of having discussions about micro-credentialing. And that is Superintendent's Memo 038-21. So if you are not familiar or you're wanting to know where you can find additional information, I would encourage you to go to the Virginia Department of Education's website. There is a drop-down box on the left-hand side, and it'll take you to the superintendent's memos, and you can review all of the activity that has occurred going back several years. But make sure that you're checking that. I think at one point we asked folks in policy and regs to keep an eye on that. Let's see. What else do we have? Jill, let's see. Oh, you're muted.
I know.
Okay.
No, I think you covered everything pretty well, actually, Christine. The SSEAC memos are pretty straightforward and easy to read, and there's a lot of stipulations that go along with the Grow Your Own Teacher, but there's it's definitely worth reading, and superintendents have gotten that information, and so. But the micro credentialing was kind of exciting because I didn't see anything in there about micro credentialing specific to what we do or what we're trying to promote. So we might want to pay attention to that. But that, because we've had those conversations. So, so that's something to pay attention to, since it's already out there and they started that initiative. I wonder how hard it would be to kind of suggest or see how we could maybe, or maybe it's included and it's just not really spelled out. So maybe some more information on that. But no, I think you covered everything just fine. Thanks.
Okay, great. All right. I don't believe Mr. Jeff has arrived yet. So Did anybody have the opportunity to read through the JLARC reports? Anybody here? Oh, Delana. Oh, and
I read-
Jill. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I read a little bit.
Thoughts, discussion? We actually had we had received a letter from the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities. I saw Claire pop up on the screen there, and I don't know if you'd like to share maybe a summary of um, your letter to the state SEAC.
Sure. And yeah, we were really pleased to see so much activity in the General Assembly this session. As the letter that Christine shared with you all, the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities wrote a letter that was sent originally to the House and Senate Education Committees in support of the JLARC reports, both the K through 12 special education, as well as the private special education day school report. And many of those recommendations echoed those that the board had put forward in our 2017 assessment of Virginia's disability service systems, which was focused on education. And it was striking that, 3 years later, JLARC studies affirm the continuing need to share those change policy and practices to ensure that students with disabilities have appropriate services and supports in integrated inclusive settings. And particularly, we were pleased to see many of the bills that Christine mentioned will improve oversight, administration, and training as it relates to the IEP process. Particularly, there was an effort to focus on transition and to improve transition services, as well as to increase targeted technical assistance for special education. And if there are any of the specific bills, I can talk more in depth about, since we did follow those pretty closely with the JLARC report. But overall, we think that the response from the General Assembly was very positive to the findings.
Thank you. And I know, Brian, you had brought forth your summary on the children's services. Was there anything else that you wanted to anything, how you're feeling about the activity that's occurred since that report's been released?
I think overall, we've been happy with what's occurred in the General Assembly regarding private schools and CSA funding and things like that. There was a couple things that were kind of not totally we were in favor of, but I think overall we were happy with not only the findings, but the how it was addressed in the General Assembly too.
Ms. Suzanne, do you have a question?
I do. Now, I don't know how to get that thing off my screen. There we are. Okay. So because so many of the responses from VDOE regarding the JLARC findings, the response was superintendent's memos. PTC has added a section to our bi-weekly e-news to draw parents' attention to that, to the superintendent's memos that deal, we are tracking them and how they deal with special education and apply to parents and such, because we're even hearing from teachers that they're not getting the directive from the superintendent's memos. So, which has, been a long time issue. But so PTC is highlighting different ones every newsletter that we think are important, because that seems to be the only way parents are really getting the information.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And you bring up a really good point. I think, if parents or teachers want to follow the activity, the Virginia Department of Education makes it available on their website. It's, you can get to their General Assembly tracking of the activity that's occurring while it's occurring. If you want to follow that, and then you add to that those superintendent memos, which, more recently, we're seeing a lot of coming out and with some really great information and resources, but just so that people are aware that the information is available if they want to find that information. It is on the Virginia Department of Education's website. Now, I didn't talk a whole lot, on the operations and performance of the Department of Education. That's not really that's not our wheelhouse and not really within our purview. But just wanted to bring up the two that directly impact our kiddos specifically. Bear with me 1 second. I am getting I think I see a rescue being made here. So we'll come back to that, but I just sort of can't emphasize enough that our role is advisory only, and so as we start to work towards the annual report and putting that together, let's make sure that we are addressing those areas that came to the surface as a result of the school closures, because it looks like JLARC and their recommendations have really picked up any of the things from previous years. So let's be forward thinking as we move forward through this. Does that sound like a plan? Awesome. Head nods. Mr. Hank, are you
I'm here.
ready?
Yeah.
All right.
I just want to not respond, but add to Suzanne's comment about information getting out to parents. If the SEAC believes there's something else that we need to do from our office's perspective in getting information out, other than what we're already doing, I would certainly welcome any recommendations directly from you all to me, or if you want to put some of that into your annual report, I would not be offended by that by any means, and would welcome any additional suggestions that we can do to make sure parents are getting the information that they need to have in order to make informed decisions for their children. So Suzanne, if you've got some suggestions, or if the SEAC wants to take a little bit of time to talk about that and provide that either through the annual report or directly to me, that would be fine.
I have a suggestion. I really like what Suzanne was saying, to give a summary in one of in the newsletters. I feel kind of sometimes we have a information overload. There's so much information, and so it's almost like a kind of a completely storm when you see all the information coming in. And as parents, have to sift through all of that and find the most appropriate information for their child. If we could summarize some of the information and highlight the most important things, I think that would make it easier for parents to really figure out what they need to focus on. Does that make sense?
It does, and I wouldn't disagree with that. And I think, Suzanne, you are you just summarizing information? Is it coming out in a paragraph? Is it?
So it comes out in like 2 to 3 sentences, like this is what the SOUPS memo talks about.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
there's a link to the SOUPS memo.
Okay. And go ahead, Marguerite.
Because I feel kind of the SIP memos are wonderful. If you're in the field of education, you understand what it's saying. But for a lay person, it's not always easy to understand what the implication is for their child. So I think we need to break it down into layman's terms very simply. And then if they need more information, then there should be a link where they can get the whole document. But it's really important that we, in a time where we have a technology overload, where we are all Zoom tired, and virtually tired, that we help our parents to minimize the information overload so that they really can specifically look for the things that they need to look for.
I agree. I wasn't sure if Suzanne was going to say something. Matt?
Sorry, I was just going to say that. I mean, that is what we do. It's a very simplified little blurb. And so when you read that, then when you go and you read the whole SUPS memo, it all seems to make a little more sense, because that's kind of where your brain now is looking as you read it.
And Christine, can I just add to Suzanne? And then certainly I would think that if you could send some of the parents here, we'd certainly be willing to look at that and kind of make sure it is, as Marguerite was saying, kind of parent friendly. I'd certainly be happy to work with that as well. If you need this, anyone to kind of review those, that'd be great.
Hey, Christine, I had a question for everybody. I know that we talked in the past about the local SEAC list, and I think Danny and her team created it, or it was already in existence. And I was just wondering, I'm sure that's shared with Pizzi to the local SEAC and then distributed, or at least I would hope it would be.
Suzanne, is that something that you all are doing? Did you utilize that? Did you all find that list helpful?
So we put it in our e-news, which goes out to our entire listserv, and everyone on the SEAC should be on that listserv.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks. That was the only other suggestion I had.
Well, and you bring up a really good point, Matt, in making sure those relationships that we're establishing with the local SEACs, that we try to maintain that continuity or that connection, you know, with both, not just the SEAC chair at the locality, but also the special education director or whomever is working alongside that local SEAC. Because, you know, you saw from the JLARC report, there was some emphasis on making sure that you were including the local SEACs, you know, with the activities that you were doing. So let's see what we can do about maintaining an up-to-date list. I don't think it's entirely impossible. We maintain a current special education director list. I think we need to treat it the same. You know, so something else to consider. Mike, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo something Marguerite was talking about, reference information overload. Personally, I find the Pizzi stuff to be incredibly helpful as a parent and as a SEAC chair. And the biggest issue that I'm struggling with is that no matter what we seem to be doing, whether the school's trying to do it, whether Pizzi's doing it, whether our SEAC's doing it, we just have parents that are not getting the information they need. And it seems like everybody's overlapping and there's not enough coordination. I mean, where's and I guess I'm asking for some of you folks that are more experienced with this, like, you know, is it appropriate to point as a local SEAC chair and even as a state SEAC to point to Pizzi as the kind of voice for parent information, as opposed to our local SEAC trying to do what you guys already do, Suzanne, and figure out how this all works out? I'm just, if the more unified we can get, the more consistent we can get, I think it's gonna be better, because there's a lot of hard feelings that sometimes arise from, hey, you're not sharing enough information as your local SEAC. And I'm like, well, Pizzi does that and they're great. Like, why can't we just tell them to go to Pizzi? You know, does that make any sense what I'm saying?
That does make sense. I will say, for Hank's purposes, does it make sense to for us to be delegating, you know, a resource outside of the VDOE? Does it seem to make more sense that if we want to say that this is the place you want to go for information specific to parents? Because, you know, if I read within that report, some of the challenges are, you know, just personnel within the agency itself. So does it help the agency if you're working with a partner outside?
Christine, I think we need to we need to support that, that we have our local SEAC chairs kind of connected to PC. During the pandemic, some of the local SEACs have not met the whole time. And so a lot of, exactly in a time where we needed those SEACs to work, there was not an activity there. And that's due to certain issues. So I think we should combine that and ask PC to connect to each of the local SEAC chairs.
Hank, does that help you and your office, your agency?
Yeah, I think it certainly would give us some additional things to think about and look at.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think the information overload is really critical. You know, like I get tired of getting ripped for not putting out information all the time as a local SEAC chair when I'm trying to point people to possibly more credible sources of information than just me, and also the vetting, quite frankly. You know, I don't see my role as a SEAC, chair as someone who's, trying to be, CNN or something. That's not my great strength. I'm trying to work with the local school system. So I just would like some guidance on like what exactly is the information dissemination role and expectations at the local SEAC level.
I think a lot of times it has to, some of the, I wouldn't say challenges, but some of the processes or systems in place at the local level is that there's a communication, somebody who oversees the communications, and whether or not that communication can come from the state SEAC to the local SEAC sometime is dependent upon the communication specialist. I think Jeff Castle, you had mentioned one time there's a communications person within every locality, because we had this discussion in December about the information overload, and there's not, if you need help, you contact this person. Who was that person within the locality responsible for the communication that can go out to the school division?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the question was, Christine. I may have made a statement, there's somebody responsible for communication in every school division. I wouldn't want that to be construed that everyone has a public relations person or a full-time communications person, but typically there is someone in the school division, or maybe a couple of people who are responsible for communications. I think specific to this topic, I would say the Office of Student Services or Director of Student Services. If it's a particularly large school division, they might have a person other than the director who's responsible for communications. But typically that would be your Director of Student Services that disseminates that. I don't disagree with anything anyone said. I was smiling during Mike's comments because we just struggle with this. Any large organization is going to struggle with the message getting to the people that it needs to get to and to parents. And I'm sure some school divisions do better than others. Some probably work harder than others, but I don't think there's a single answer to this. Certainly Pete's part of the communications network. Hank's office is, the local superintendent's office is, but I think everyone's made a lot of good points. Marguerite's point of superintendent's memos, I've been reading them for 20 years, and sometimes I have to read them 3 times to figure out what it's saying. And so to the average citizen, it's just that it's our educational language. But I think it's just one of these that we have to stay focused on, and everybody's got a part of it. And the more ways we can communicate that information to people through different organizations and different summaries or providing different links, is going to improve that. Does that answer your question?
It does, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
You
That
know,
was a long
And-
answer,
and
but
let
this is
me-
an important topic. Thank you.
Right.
Go ahead, Suzanne, and then I got
I
a
was just
comment.
gonna say another way that we could try, another avenue that we could try is if we can encourage local, like the local government listservs, you know, to put information out. Or at least link people up to, you know, PTSI or VDOE or, you know, VDOE puts out information and we're always tracking that. And then we are looking for things, or Hank will say, make sure you get this out to parents, that kind of thing. And then we oftentimes will make it a little bit shorter, like even Soup's memos, you know, just do a little blurb, like this is what this is talking about, or this is why you should care, basically, to make it a little bit more parent-friendly language. But you know, that would be expected coming from a local, a statewide Department of Education. They're not necessarily, I mean, they're writing things for everyone. And so sometimes their language is a little bit harder to understand, which is then why all parent centers, PTIs in all the states, that's kind of what our job is to take it and make it a little bit more parent-friendly language. So, you know, I mean, I agree. I think, like Jeff said, there's so many different avenues, and certainly you can always point them to PTSI. That's one way that we're trying to make sure that parents are getting that information. And we're happy to help however we can. And I know many times Hank's division will say, get this out to parents. And so we, you know, we put it out and stuff because we have a good working relationship with VDOE and with Hank's department. And I think that's very helpful. But if we could get it out to local governments and get it like on their listservs, that may be just another avenue that parents, I mean, maybe they're in a position where that's something that they read. That is not something I'm going to read for leisure, but some people might. So.
Christine, may I say something?
Drop your mic.
May I say something?
Yes.
I think things that we all need to remember is that this is very fluid. You constantly have parents coming and going. I mean, kids graduate, kids move on, kids grow, and teachers come and go, and they're very fluid as well as, you know, our organization itself. So that's part of where the communication and breakdown comes, is that it's fluid. So maybe older teachers or more experienced parents are well aware of it. They understand it. The newbies, they don't, you know, they're coming in and sometimes they will not even, they don't know what they don't know until there's a problem that they have to go to, and then it's automatically emotions are involved and heated situations happen there. One of the things that we have done in our local SEAC is I mean, honestly, the onus has to go down to the teachers, but newbie teachers don't know what they're doing. So, you know, it really is helpful if on the very basic local school level, all teachers are required to at least, you know, attend some of the local SEAC to really try to get involved with the local PTSIs. Not all school systems have the PTSIs. So to get more information to the teachers, and that will get the information to the parents, especially with our new, you know, our new children who are new to special ed, or, you know, are newly, depending on what they're finding out with the children's specific disabilities.
And just for clarification purposes, it's the PTSI is the state. They cover the entire state. That they're not, that while they have regional offices, parent resource centers may be more of what you were referring to when you said go to the, and that there's usually that connection that is made through the local CX, but you have to also have a local parent resource center, and those aren't all across the Commonwealth. So
correct. And thank you for that clarification. And yes, I am aware of that. But I also am aware that in the Department of Ed, PTSI, not all parents, not all teachers are even aware of it. And
Right.
that's the sad truth. But when you have a brand new baby teacher who's learning so much and trying to swim, and especially right now during the pandemic, there's even more things to try to learn. And there's a lot of parents that are frustrated because of all of where we're coming from on that end. You know, so it really has helped in our local SEAC to make sure that the teachers, you know, are required to attend, you know, and try at least once, and trying to understand, and then trying to get it in the teachers' hands so the teachers can help the parents, but the teachers have to understand it as well. I would highly recommend that all of the teachers, you know, and I just finished the Transition Academy, but I would recommend that all of the teachers go to that would be a requirement, because then they've got knowledge. They understand the full gamut of the whole picture. And that's important too, that the teachers see from the preschool level all the way to the high school level, the whole picture, and understand all of it. And that's a lot to accept and understand, but bottom line is, aren't the teachers the front line between the parents and
Right.
special ed?
Right. The relationship should be starting there. So,
right.
So I appreciate everybody's feedback. I think Hank was going to make some remarks, and then we'll move on to Jeff's presentation.
Real quick, couple comments. One, the department puts out a plethora of information to different audiences through Gov Delivery, and there is one for teachers called Teacher Direct, and then there's one for parents that my office puts out, and then the Student Services Office, I believe, puts one out that is targeted more for special ed directors and certain groups of, you know, specialists. So parents need to avail themselves of those. Teachers need to avail themselves of those. SEACs need to be familiar with those and be using those. And if you're not familiar on how to connect with them, go to the VDOE webpage, and the first thing that's going to pop up is, hey, subscribe to our web pages. And you can sign up for any or all that might be of interest to you. It's like taking out a magazine subscription. You can choose which ones you want. The biggest difference there is we won't charge you. The second thing I want to point out is that our parent ombudsman is the best source for anyone, specifically parents, to reach out to the department and make sure that they're getting the department's interpretation and application of any guidance or questions that they may have. We are the conduit for making sure the information disseminated to parents is correct. And not just the ombudsman, but myself and our new family engagement coordinator, and we're getting ready to hire a new family engagement specialist. So that'll be part of the thing. And then the biggest part of the reason we hired the family engagement coordinator is because we want to be working with local educational agencies, the school division personnel at the lowest level possible that's closest to the parents, to help those that need the help better engage their families and provide them with ways to get information to their parents. So we're continuing to address this. We're looking at a lot of different things at the department level, and we would welcome any additional recommendations, as I mentioned earlier, on how we can do that better. But I just wanted to remind everybody that we have people that are designed and set up to do exactly what you all are speaking about, and that's getting information to the hands of those that need to hear it, see it, read it, digest it, and ask questions about it. And there is a lot of information out there. There's a lot of misinformation floating around out there on certain topics. And I'm not going to get into some of those because that'll raise a discussion that we don't have time for at the moment. But misinformation is a problem for our office, because most of the questions we get from parents is this true? And then many times we have to say, well, partly, and sometimes we have to say, no, that's a wrong interpretation. So the true interpretations on departmental policy and procedure would have to come from the department. And if it's a specific issue related to a specific program or a specific disability, we will then refer the person to that individual within the department that can better address it. So that's the information that needs to get to parents, that the department isn't sitting and just sending out information. We are still here to interpret it for you and to answer any questions you have about it. And they need to know that we are a valuable resource as well as anywhere else to get information. So I just wanted to stress that and remind everybody to remind your parents that the VDOE is still out here to help you, in addition to working with PTSI, the Center for Family Involvement over at VCU, the Formed Families Forward office that does our foster care stuff, Kelly Henderson's office, and just a lot of information. And I would agree with all of you that have said it. There is information overload that sometimes causes parents to really, just shake their heads on, which way is up and which direction we need to go. And we got to find a way to make that information not so redundant when we put it out. If PT's putting something out and we're putting something out and then CX putting something out, yeah, parents are going to get tired of reading that stuff and may just shut down and not even click on those emails as time goes by, because they're seeing the same old stuff and they've already heard it once, heard it twice. Now they're getting it a third time, and they got other things to do than just be reading email or information that's sent to them as an attachment. So that'll be some stuff that Tracy Lee will be working with the LEAs on, is how do we package this and parent friendly, but also not create that overload that we do hear from parents often, that, a lot of information out there and we just don't know what is right, what is the most current. So
and
use
Hank,
the department.
And then keep in mind, saying use the department, to give the department a phone call is a huge step for each parent.
I get that.
And that's very hard, because then you really make a complaint. And so it can come back and bite you as a parent. So, this is a high level or high threshold to make that step. And once you make that step, some parents have an easier time doing that.
Well, and I think the big thing there is parents need to understand, just because they call the department doesn't mean they're filing a formal complaint. In fact, the primary focus of my office is to try and help parents understand where the school division position may be, and to help them reconnect with their school division and come to a resolution so they don't have to file that complaint. So that would be the message you give them, that you don't call the department just to complain. You can call the department to get information and clarify your individual situation or the information that you're getting from your department.
That's safe from retaliation. I think that's what Marguerite is saying. As long as they know that, that's an important piece. Yeah.
Right. Just because they call us, we're not reaching out to every LEA on every phone call.
Right.
One, before we can do that, we need their consent. And then two,
right,
that's not our purpose. Oh, we got another complaint. Let's file that. Let's get that in the system. Here's the issue. We can help you with it. We'll reach out to your LEA and speak to your SPED director. We're not going to go to the building level. We are going to go to the central office level. But when we have been able to resolve many, many, many issues through our parent ombudsman and our work with our family engagement specialists.
And Hank, we are in the middle of a pandemic. Hopefully we are getting out of it, but there is a lot of issues in terms of visual learning for students with special ed. And we have seen the numbers in Henry County and Fairfax County that shows that special ed students are not performing at the same level that they did before. So we have a lot of parents who have been very unhappy with the school system by providing not in person, but only virtual learning. And so there is a huge amount of unhappiness right there. And people feel that they're not being heard. So, when Ms. Curry was talking about that there's a fluency in terms of staff and fluency of children, but there's also kind of a fluency for parents, because children grow and they don't have the same issues from year to year. So there is also a learning process for each parent with the amount of issues that they're being faced as a child grows older. So those that is a learning curve for each parent. And again, in the pandemic, a lot of parents are very, very tired.
And I would agree,
So-
Marguerite, that the fluidity of information has always been in special education. It's ever changing, a lot of different things. Everything is individualized, and
Yeah.
pandemic certainly didn't help with any of that. But hopefully, we are turning that corner, and we will start seeing more standardized practices and not having to shift on the go as we did in the very beginning, and trying to keep up with the CDC guidelines and everything else that was good to ensure the safety of our staff and our students, and maybe getting back to some normalcy. And again, I'm not going to speak from my perspective, because my perspective really isn't what matters, but I think from the VDOE perspective, we're going to see some things that we've learned from the pandemic that may continue for some of our kids, because it has been shown to be the best solution for some students to be doing some virtual learning versus always being in person. So, and it's a way to reach some of those kids that we weren't able to reach as readily before with like homebound and home-based instruction, might be able to incorporate the virtual. So lots to still do, and a lot of communication will still happen, and we're going to try and make that as palatable for parents as we can from the department level. And my office and PTSE and CFI and Foreign Family Forwards will try to get that in the most parent-friendly method as possible. So,
Thank you, Hank. Thank you. I think, how's everybody feeling? We're probably close to 45 minutes, but our presenter is here to share with us this morning. Do we feel like we need a 5-minute break, or are we good to go through 5 minutes? I'm seeing yes and no's. I don't want to, okay. How about 3 minutes? Can we do 3 minutes? Because it's 9:07. Can we come back at 9:10 or 9:10? I'm sorry, very quickly, and that'll allow for Jeff to get himself ready. So thank you. We will come back in 3 minutes.
hey, Jeff Fennessy, are you out there?
Yes, sir, Hank. How are
You
you
want to go
today?
ahead and try and share your screen to make sure it works?
Yeah. Let me share screen. It is going to work.
Excellent.
Yep.
All right. It's going to be all you then. When we come back, Christine will introduce you, and then you can go from there.
All right. I'll just go ahead and leave it up then, if that's
Yeah,
fine.
I would say just leave it up on the screen.
It'll work.
All righty. Glad we could be of service.
Yeah. I'm meeting Curtis tomorrow in the building because my computer it's not cooperating anymore.
Well, I had him do well, we shouldn't be talking about this because it's a live feed for, so I don't think they need to hear all this conversation, but I will just tell you this: make sure you back up anything you want to save.
Good. Thanks for the reminder there. Yes, for sure.
But my computer is running top notch.
Great.
Curtis did a good job yesterday. So
that's what I want to hear. Thanks for that. So, all righty, I'll be ready when we get back then.
Yeah, I think she's got everybody coming back at 9:10. 9:10.
Okay, is everybody coming back? Everybody getting back to their seats? I see some folks coming back online. A quick break, but a break that I believe everybody was in need of. Mr. Fennessy, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me, Christina.
I think we're ready to get started when you're ready. I know some folks will be popping back on and some folks have to step away to attend to other business. So if you would like to, I would yield the floor to you, sir.
All righty, thank you, Christine. Well, good morning, everyone. I've met most of you, I believe. I see a lot of friendly faces on the web cameras. For those that haven't met me, my name is Jeff Fennessy. I'm with the Department of Ed, and I'm the director of the Office of Special Education Program Improvement. One of the tasks that my office handles is all of the SPP APR submissions to USED annually. And so today we're going to talk a little bit about the SSIP, the State Systemic Improvement Plan, which is due on April 1st, and talk about information overload. This topic is very convoluted and has lots of information. What I'm going to try to do today is just bring everyone up to speed of where we're at with this submission and all the work that we have moving forward, because after this FFY19 submission goes in, the 2020 submission is part of a brand new package. So we have a lot of work to do, which will include multiple meetings with the SSEAC, getting stakeholder input and so forth. So with that said, let's continue on. All right, so for today's agenda, there's really two topics that I want to review. I want to review this year's State Systemic Improvement Plan submission, which is going to be submitted on April 1st of this year. And then we'll discuss the bigger package, the measurement table for the 2020 through 2025 that gets submitted annually on February 1st. So the current package has been around. This is our 7th year with the current package. And the actual, sometimes you're going to hear me talk about the State Systemic Improvement Plan. I'll use the acronym SSIP. Sometimes I may call it Indicator 17. They're synonymous with each other. Whether I refer to Indicator 17 or the SSIP, it's the same thing. And overall, it's a really straightforward. It's the measurement where the state performance plan, annual performance report, includes a state systemic improvement plan that's comprehensive, ambitious, and achievable over multiple years for improving outcomes. And the components of the SSIP are very straightforward also. There's baseline data, there's annual targets, there's annual results compared to those targets, and it's a place where you document year-to-year changes. Going back historically, year one of the current package. So this was FFY 13, and that was submitted in April of 2015. It was phased in over 3 phases. So the first phase was really straightforward. And I've highlighted the focus for improvement in the theory of action. Those are the end products that we came up with, but I don't want to minimize the data analysis that we did. Back then, Samantha Hollins was in my seat, John Eisenberg was the state director, and we really used the entire SSES, the entire floor, and went down as many rabbit holes as we could for data analysis. And out of that, we came up with a focus for improvement. And then we looked at infrastructure development and developed a theory of action. So let's see where our focus of improvement ended up. So minimize that. All right, so phase one, we held multiple meetings with numerous stakeholders, including the SEAC, the current SEAC. So this was several years ago. I don't know if there was anybody who's currently on it from 2015 or not. But we reviewed past data, current data, and came up with a focus. And that focus ultimately became another acronym, the State Identified Measurable Result, or the SIMR. And our focus was to improve statewide rate of graduation for students with disabilities identified with ED, ID, OHI, and SLD that receive a regular high school diploma. And I put regular in quotes because that's the federal language. In Virginia, that means standard diplomas, advanced studies diplomas, or IB diplomas. Those are the three recognized diplomas by the federal government because they're available to all students. And the reason why the stakeholders chose ID, OHI, SLD, and ED, ID, OHI, and SLD was those were the four areas that had the largest populations who were working towards a standard diploma or had the potential to be working towards a standard diploma. So we were trying to move the statewide needle. That does not mean that any of the work that we put in excluded other populations. We made that very clear in our entire plan, that any of the technical assistance, PD, and so forth that went out, it was geared towards all students with disabilities. But our evaluation plan was geared towards these four populations because we wanted to see the needle move on a statewide basis. So remember, this was phase one back in 2015 for part of the FFY 13 submission. And here's our theory of action. So all of that data that we analyzed, it came down to three things for trying to improve graduation for students with disabilities. What we did is we looked at historical records to see where those children fell short. And needless to say, it wasn't rocket science. In the end, we found out that students were falling short academically, and a lot of that was due to either discipline or attendance. So like I said, not rocket science, but the data behind it proved that that was the case historically for those children. So our theory of action is pretty straightforward. The SEA, that's the State Education Agency, or DDOE, will provide best practice, instructional strategies, resources, fiscal, and so forth. The school divisions, or LEAs, will utilize those best practices, resources, fiscal, and so forth. The teachers will implement it, and the students will pass SOLs. I mean, that's the basis. So provide, utilize, implement, pass. Same thing with discipline. We're going to provide resources around disciplinary practices. The school divisions will utilize them, the teachers will implement them, and less students will be referred to the office is the theory. And then once again, attendance. We're going to provide information, the LEAs will utilize it, the teachers will implement it, and less students will be referred for chronic absenteeism. That's the theory of action based on the state identified measurable result of improving graduation rate for students with disabilities with SLD, OHI, ED, and ID, and working towards receiving a standard diploma. That theory of action was designed back in 2015 and has not changed since then. All right, and then we came to phase two, which was submitted in April of 2016. And that year, we really focused on the infrastructure development and the evaluation plan, as well as how we're going to support our local LEAs around evidence-based practices. That's when it became clear that we really need to align more closely with VTSS. If you look at the VTSS mission, It's around academics, behavior, and social emotional wellness in a single decision-making framework. It sounds exactly like what we needed. So we started to align our offices and the State Systemic Improvement Plan with BTSS. Things like our coaches training, 36 hours per division leader, access to the web-based professional learning modules and so forth, and there are training sites and that. This is last year's. I should receive the updated map on Friday, but this is last year's of where our BTSS school divisions reside across the state regionally.
Is it safe to assume that blue is a school division that is utilizing BTSS?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Those are the ones utilizing it, and that's through 5 cohorts. So they're all in very different places. When we wrote the evaluation plan, what the decision was made that those divisions who were further along in the process and had a better chance of implementing evidence-based practices with fidelity were cohorts 1 and 2. So for the evaluation plan only, we're really focusing on a subset of students who have a primary disability of ED, LD, ID, and OHI from those 16 divisions in cohorts 1 and 2. So you'll see on the bottom of the screen, those are the divisions who we extract the data from our BTSS system to provide the evaluation plan of how the systems or how the process is working. So that was phase 2. And then phase 3 started in FFY 15, submitted in April of 17. And there is no phase 4. So we've been updating the information, everything you see in H, I, and J. So ongoing results from the evaluation plan, the extent to which the state has made progress and met established goals, and then any revisions. So at this point, what we're doing is almost like a maintenance. So in April of 17, 18, 19, and 20, we submitted revisions. This year will be the final revision of that current SSIP package. And you'll notice if you look at the earlier stuff, it said it was a 6-year plan. Well, 2021 is really the 7th year. Being an election year, often what ends up happening is legislation at the federal government does not get updated in a timely manner, and we get an email that says just extend the package 1 year. The last time this happened was extended 2 years, and that was during the election year, during the Obama years. So we had the first 6-year plan was 8 years, the second 6-year plan was 7 years. We are moving forward next year with a new package, and that's the second part of today's discussion, because the new package is vastly different than what we're currently using. Previously, I was showing you what professional development and technical assistance was provided by BTSS because we've aligned with them, but we as the DOE also provide technical assistance. So we provide things around math instruction. We provide things, we call them graduation audits for special education. So we have a core group of individuals who will go to a division. This year we went virtually, but we pull student records and we look to see if the schools are utilizing all of the flexibility afforded them around credit accommodations and so forth, and then provide additional assistance on how to get more of their student population across the finish line. Co-teaching and collaboration, inclusion and specially designed instruction, trauma-informed schools and so forth, standards-based IEPs, culture of attendance. Those are the type of big TA and PD initiatives that provides that would ultimately assist with moving more students across the finish line with standard advanced studies and IB diplomas. And then last but not least, our TTACs provide a tremendous amount of professional development and technical assistance. And I don't need to read everything. You can see things on there like lending libraries, presenting information, whether it's personally or now through Zoom. There's lots of TTAC services that way and so forth. So we try to tease out all of those resources as well that could possibly align with getting more students across the finish line with standard and advanced studies and IB diplomas. This year we had to add the COVID statement, of course, because obviously the closure of schools last year in March, and then the continued closure into this year, whether it be hybrid or so forth, did have many implications around our submission of the SSEAC. The auxiliary short-term objectives, so things tied around attendance, around discipline and so forth, had great impact on the information we submitted. So that is our COVID statement as I'm putting it in for this April. And currently we are in the final stages of pulling this final year of the State Systemic Improvement Plan together. I'm working closely with Maribel's group and updating all of the information that came out of the Virginia Tiered Systems of Support this year, getting it pulled together. Next steps will be getting it into Samantha's hands and so forth. And then on April 1st, we will push it up to USED for their input, and just that we've met the federal timeline for that. The good news is, and I saved this one for last because I'm so proud that we have seen tremendous growth. And if you remember, this package I said started back in FFY 13 with the 2015 submission. We, for several years prior to that, were very flat with our State Systemic Improvement Plan and graduation rate. We were plus or minus probably 2 percentage points, hanging out right at 55% for years, with 55% of our students with disabilities crossing the finish line with a standard or advanced studies diploma. Well, as you can see, we've made tremendous growth. And these are statewide numbers. These are statewide numbers in those 4 categories of ED, ID, LD, and LHI. So we have increased 20 percentage points statewide with graduating students with disabilities in those 4 areas receiving a standard or higher diploma. And that growth has been steady. Obviously, in 2016-17, we had a huge increase. And then as we get closer to that 80% mark, it's starting to level off. But we are still making growth at this point, and I'm hoping that that continues.
Can I
So
ask
as you
a
can see,
question, Jeff?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt. Is
No, you're fine.
that attributed to the locally awarded verified credits? Could that, some of that be the result of?
It definitely.
Oh, awesome.
Yes, it is definitely. It's a culmination of all of the work, I believe. But yes, the credit accommodations were something that happened in that 15, 16, 17 range. So that attributed to a chunk of them. The locally awarded verified credit bump, I don't think has happened yet, because if you remember, this is right now, we're just looking at the 18-19 school year. So I think we're still going to see now we were just getting into that at this point, but I do think we'll see a bump in that where we opened up some additional avenues for students with disabilities. We didn't lower the standards. We just opened up some different pathways towards graduation through the expanding of the locally awarded verified credit. So yes, I do. But we do really attribute this to the culmination of just aligning all of our resources, whether it be VTSS or other board and General Assembly work and so forth. next steps, as you can see, is the introduction of this new measurement table. So as you can see, the original one was FFY 2013 through 18. We added 19 to it. So there's that 1 year. There's a lot of muckiness is the word I'm going to use. So I wrote clarity amongst the confusion because it is very confusing. You see FFY, and that's the federal fiscal year. You see FY, which is the state fiscal year, and those two don't align. If it says FFY 18 and FY 18, those are two different school years, which makes it very confusing. Because this is a federal document, they use the federal language. So when it says FFY 19, that's the 2019-2020 school year. So if you go on the website, on the DDOE website today, and you see FFY 18 numbers, you'll find our current state determination as well as all of our local determinations. And that's based on last year's submission. We're also still wrapping up last year's indicator noncompliance that was submitted as part of the FFY 18 submission. This year, FFY 19, we submitted the APR, which is indicators 1 through 16. We did that on February 1st. And that's, I'll be posting new special ed performance reports on June 1st this year using that information. And that's the information that the feds will use when they give us our state determination. And then I will turn around and make local determinations using the rubric that we developed, a big part by the SSEAC years ago, on making those local determinations. But that'll be the FFY 19 data. One of the big changes that we're having is, you've heard me just mention indicators 1 through 16, and that's all. For the last 10 years, we've been submitting indicators 1 through 16 on February 1st. The state performance plan has been April 1st. So it gives us 60 extra days. It's a different timeline. That's indicator 17. This new measurement table is coming out next year, this FFY 20 through 25 SPP APR. One of the big changes that they made is everything, indicators 1 through 17, including the SSIP, are going to be due on February 1st. So when I submit our SSIP on April 1st this year, I've got to turn around 10 months later and submit next year's SSIP. And we have a lot of work to do around target setting, benchmarking, and so forth with numerous stakeholders. So I'll be using, like for all the early childhood indicators, I'll be reaching out to Dawn Hendricks. We'll be using her coalition of leads, which is all of the early childhood specialists in the state. We'll be reaching out to the various PTC, Forms Families Forward, and so forth for helping with target setting. The secondary indicators, so indicators around graduation, dropout, post-secondary goals, and so forth. That's led by Marianne Moore. She's got hundreds of contacts across the state. We'll be reaching out to them as stakeholders. I'll probably ask Hank if I can get, and Christine, if I can get on this agenda almost every quarter, so we can just kind of give you an update of where we're at, because it's a pretty heavy lift doing that turnaround in 10 months with the amount of stakeholder input. You know, this year wasn't bad because a lot of the work was done 6 and 7 years ago around setting targets. We only had, if we chose to change a target because new SOLs come out or there was a change in state policy, then we needed to set a new baseline and set new targets. But if that didn't happen, we just rolled forward with the same targets that were set during the initial phase. So this new measurement table, it is a big deal because there's a lot of changes. Specifically, and for this conversation today, I just tried to pull out a few of the major changes that I saw just at a glance. Probably the biggest one for me is the current package, the package that we are ending as of April 1st, had 30 targets across 17 indicators. The new one increases that 30 targets to to 69 targets, so it more than doubles. And where most of those target changes happen is the federal government is asking for us to disaggregate our data differently. So, for example, look at the second bullet, statewide assessment. Currently, we have 4 targets. We have 1 target across all SOLs in reading, participation, and performance. So do we have 95% of our kids participating in the appropriate assessment? And are they meeting the targets that were set by ESSA? So, for example, grades 3 through 8 in math, and then all of the secondary math tests are all aggregated together across all grade levels, across all subjects, and one number is presented. The new one is asking us to break that out. So we're going to look specifically at our 4th graders who took math. Did the right number take the test, at least 95%? And did they meet the 4th grade benchmark that we set? 8th grade, and then high school. So we are really taking one aggregate number around performance in math and dividing it into 4th grade, 8th grade, and high school. And then to even disaggregate it more, we are separating the SOL test from the VAP. So that 1 target becomes 6. Same thing for English reading, same thing for the 2 the participation numbers of the 95% or more taking it in 4th grade, 8th grade, high school. VAP is set at a cap, and then 95% taking the SOL test. There's definitely pros and cons with this. I do think at the state level, it's going to be easy to aggregate those together, and you're going to have ample numbers where we can see progress. The problem is now we're going to be comparing 4th graders to 8th graders, 8th graders to high schoolers, and that's different sets of kids. Year-to-year comparison is going to be more difficult because we're going to be comparing next year's 4th graders with last year's 4th graders. Different kids, different sets of issues. One was during a pandemic, one wasn't, and so forth. So there's going to be some issues with the year-to-year comparisons I see. And then another issue may be when we disaggregate down to the LEA level, a lot of the data is going to end up being suppressed because if you can imagine, there's going to be many divisions that have less than 10 kids in 4th grade taking the VAP. So if they have 1 or 2, that number is going to get suppressed because we can no longer group that in with the whole population within the school division. Same thing with the preschool. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Jeff. So how is the COVID year going to be factored into this? How will that will not that data skew the final results? Is that being factored in?
Yeah, there's 2 ways to factor it in. We can't use last year's because we didn't have assessments. So like for this year's submission, we have no data. So that indicator is blank this year. Next year, we're going to have information, but as you just pointed out, it's information based that was gathered during a pandemic. It is going to be the baseline year. So it's probably going to require us to set targets on artificially low baseline data out 6 years. We may, fingers crossed, get back to some level of normalcy, blow those targets out of the water, and then part of the discussion is, okay, now that we are a year out from the pandemic, have the discussion around, are we going to reset baseline data and then reset targets based on the new baseline data? So we have to work with the numbers that we have. So we will do that. So starting in the late spring, summer, we will, as soon as we have this year's results, we'll start setting baseline data. We'll have discussions with our various stakeholder groups. We'll talk at this group. We'll set some baseline data. We'll set 6 years of targets. And then probably a year from now, have to have the same exact discussion. So,
Jeff?
yes,
Jeff?
ma'am. Yes,
What
Margaret.
do we what do we do with students who really could not learn virtually? I mean, we know that we have counties where the grades for special education students drop dramatically. And even for general education students, we do not have the same grades that we had the years before. I mean, I heard that from a lot of my teachers in my school buildings, even though they do everything that they can do in their power to make learning happen. But I'm afraid that, you know, those data will not be accurate, and because not everybody is able to learn virtually. And we know that. And so, you know, what do we do with those data? I mean, you know, even in testing, we have issues with saying that our tests are accurate because of the virtual component. I'm very concerned about this.
Yeah, and so, I mean, so are we, and each indicator is going to have its own nuances. We have to, I mean, not doing the APR is not an option. So we have to submit it. We have to follow the measurement table, which is the rule book. So the rule book says you have to use this year's data and set baseline and 5 years target. So we will do that. We're going to have to, but the good thing is you are allowed to revisit annually. So we will do that at the end of the year. We'll submit, we'll see where we're at. The new data will come in, and then we will discuss whether or not we need to reset baseline data, or maybe keep the baseline data but reset targets and so forth. But each one's going to have its own nuances. As you pointed out, the statewide assessment, I feel, is going to be artificially low based on the fact that we have many kids who just don't work well virtually. They're not getting the same level of instruction as if they were sitting in the classroom. We're going to have some parents that refuse the testing, which is permissible. And so we're going to have fewer numbers to deal with that way. And then on the flip side, we have the indicator 4, which is discipline. Well, I mean, I am guessing that when we get the discipline numbers in, they're going to be artificially high, meaning that we're not going to have as much discipline going on because kids aren't sitting in the classroom. They're not getting suspended. They're not getting isolated in school suspension and so forth. So when those data sets come in, they're going to be off also because there's going to be fewer kids than what would probably be suspended during a normal, so-called normal year. So the good thing is anything that we submit this coming February 1, 2022 can be adjusted annually. We're never locked in. We're not locking anything in for 6 years. We have to project based on the information we have for 6 years, and then we will adjust accordingly based on the current state of the world at that point and what data we have to make those decisions on.
I mean, I have to
preschool. Go ahead.
I have to come back that the gap between general education and special education is widening, especially during the pandemic. And you know, I don't know if the data will support that, but that's what we have seen.
Well, we will know for the first time in the APR, because one of the other additions, which I didn't highlight in here, because I'm not sure what it's going to look like yet, but instead of just participation and performance in SOLs for students with disabilities, which is what we've had for years, there's a brand new indicator that is going to measure the gap between students with disabilities and their non-disabled peers in the same assessments. So that's going to be highlighted. It'll be in our state report. It'll be also written up in our local determinations, our local reports to the public. They that is one that's going to get pre-populated by the feds. So I don't have the formula in front of me to see what it's going to look like or how they're going to pre-populate it. But what we end up doing each year after the SOLs, we extract the data for all students from our Pearson. It gets formulated into a required format that the feds like for all students, and it gets submitted off to the federal government. They're going to take that information, disaggregate it using their formula, and so we will know. I mean, we're going to be able to see now down to the school division level, not the school level, but the school division level, in the areas of math and reading, the gap for students with disabilities compared to their non-disabled peers. So that's a brand new indicator that will be part of next year's APR. All right, a few of the other
Mr. Fennessy,
major
I do have a
changes.
question for you. This
Yes,
is Ms. Curry.
go ahead.
Am I correct in stating that whenever you guys do the submission, the results don't come back out until 2 years later? Is that correct?
There is a lag, yes, but the results aren't kept from anybody for 2 years. It's the data we're submitting is often lagged. Specifically, like graduation data, dropout data, discipline data is lagged. And often, I mean, for lack of better terms, it is 2 years. The explanation that I was given when I asked about it was that the federal government gives us, hundreds of millions of dollars for students with disabilities. That's our Part B funds. It's expendable for up to 27 months. So what we get on July 1 of 15 must be spent by September 30th of 17. So 27 months later. So often what we're doing is the feds are asking us for data around the monies that were spent. So how did our students do utilizing the money that was given to us and already turned in and spent? So typically what happens is February 1st, any data that I submitted on February 1st of this year, so February 1st, 2021, must be posted publicly within 120 days, June 1st. So the data, the report has been sent off as an aggregate 100-page document. It's all done electronically. Then all of that data gets extracted and a state report gets posted and 132 school division reports get posted on or before June 1st every year using that data. Then we turn around and use that same data to make local determinations. So our local determinations then look at things like graduation rate, dropout, SOLs, the compliance indicators, and so forth. And then we make those local determinations based on that. And
So our trending data, we should expect to see the changes probably not until like 2023. 2023 would be the best date to really see the full impact of the pandemic when we watch the data.
Yes, most likely.
Okay.
In this format, you can see it other ways too, but in this format, it's going to be several years before we see, and you guys are probably looking at my computer and it's now locked up. It timed out on me. There we go. Yes, it's definitely several years before we're going to see the results of, or the impact of in this format, in the APR.
Thank you.
Yeah. The graduation and dropout, we're going to see a big change there. The actual measurement itself didn't change. It's still only comparing for graduation. It's only including diplomas that are available to all students. So in Virginia, that means standard, advanced, and IB diplomas. But the measurement itself is changing, meaning that we are moving away from one submission to another in the data itself, because currently it aligns with our ESSA calculation. So that includes students who, if they need 5 years or 6 years to graduate, where the new alignment's going to be based on, and I don't have the information right in front of me, but it is a different set of numbers, because it may or may not include those kids that take more than 4 years to graduate. Like I said, I don't have the exact language in front of me, so I don't want to misquote myself. But because it's a different calculation, even though the measurement itself is still the same, the calculation is different because the numbers are going to be different. Preschool LRE is now, instead of one target, preschoolers, right now, like age 2 through 5, it's going to be a 3-year discrete target, a 4-year target, a 5-year target. So once again, we're going to see more discrete information, or you're going to see nothing because it's going to be suppressed. So as you can imagine, the smaller school divisions, instead of lumping all of their preschoolers together to see if they meet the target, now that we're required to break them out by age, many school divisions are going to have suppressed numbers if they fall to 10 or less by age. And then the biggest move for me personally is that April 1st submission of this plan, SSIP, to February 1st. Because on an annual basis, I probably put more man hours into developing the SSIP than I do the entire APR together. So those 60 days between February 1st and April 1st have been very appreciative. But we'll get the work done, we'll move forward, and continue on with this. As I mentioned earlier, as there's a lot of work moving, right now we have no targets for the 2020 through 2025 year. That's not set by me, that's set by stakeholders. So after this submission, I'll meet with the indicator chairs. They'll start pulling together their small group focused stakeholders to have these discussions. All the information will be brought back to the SSEAC, just to kind of let you know where we're at with that. And if you remember, the process I like using is presenting the information, having open dialogue and discussion like we're having now, and then following it up with a survey. And that gives everybody an equal voice. It gives everybody a chance to provide input. We'll take all the input from the SSEAC, from the other individual groups, and we'll move forward with setting targets based on baseline data that we have for that current year. So that's the same process we used when we developed like the thresholds around our disproportionality, that CCEIS information and so forth. Questions?
Is it safe to assume that we should just plan to have you on the agenda for our July, October, and December upcoming meetings?
I would appreciate that if I could just be like a standing agenda item.
Okay, fantastic.
And we can probably just do it like we are now, probably this time frame. At minimum, I can give you an update of where we're at, and but most likely we will be able to have more detailed and more in-depth discussion around specifically what data we have. You can have copies of the measurement table for those that really want to delve into it and see it. Some of you may say, hey, I'm really interested in secondary transition, and you can reach out to Mary Ann Moore and be part of those really in-depth discussions around her 4 indicators. Or if you're in early childhood, you can reach out to Dawn and be part of her discussions around indicators 6, 7, and 12, which are the 3 early childhood ones, and so forth. But yeah, I definitely think probably just a standing agenda item on this topic for the next 3 meetings for sure would be advisable.
Okay,
and
great.
appreciated for sure. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And I think it was really helpful. That might have been the first time I heard you go over that, or it got lost somewhere along the way. You broke out who within the department oversees those specific indicators. So you mentioned Mary Ann Moore, you mentioned Don Hendricks. Are there others that we should, be seeking out if we want to be included in those more in-depth discussions based off the indicators?
Yeah, for sure. Back in 2005, I was the chair for the assessment one, so I've kept that role since then. So indicator 3 is me personally. I can send it to Hank and you, Christine, the actual list, but there's probably 6 or 7 people. You know, Mary Ann and Dawn are the 2 big ones because between the 2 of them, they have 7 indicators out of 16. But you know, like the LRE one is Dr. Lee, Teresa Lee, and I mean, she has indicator 5, but that's a hot topic because it has 5C, and those are your outplaced students and so forth. And we've struggled with, there's some nuances with the language in 5C, as well as, just having those kids outplaced and stuff. So yeah, I'll send you both the list of the indicator chairs. Needless to say, Hank, you are the indicator chair for indicator 8, which is the parent involvement one. Just makes sense. So you can probably guess. Yeah. So, okay. Well, other questions? If not, I'm going to jump on the new director's call. So off of this Zoom, onto my next Zoom.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time and for sharing all of that with us this morning. Thank you. Thank you.
I know it's like information overload, and it's every time you think you have it down, they change the rules on you. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All righty. Take care, everyone.
All right. You too. Okay. How are we on time, Mr. Garrison?
Which time?
Well, we have an agenda break on here, but next up we've got constituency reports. You want that 5-minute break before we get into constituency? Okay, so we are at 9:58. Let's come back at 10:03 and we'll jump into constituency reports. All right. Okay, I'm showing 10:03. I'm gonna wait to have Marguerite rejoin us.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. So let's get started with our constituency reports. I will call on Danny.
I do not have one.
Okay. Meredith.
So the concerns in Region 5 are probably the concerns that will be echoed from most other places. The fact that so many of our students with disabilities have been on virtual learning, either by parent choice or because of what schools have been doing, and the concerns with, services and needs not always being met. I feel like our school divisions and talking with them have done a good job in trying to provide those services. And a lot of times it ends up being, parent coaching and all of that to provide those. Still a concern. We're in the process of talking about summer school. I was hearing a lot of that from schools in our division or in my region. They're ramping up plans for summer school, but wondering if our students with disabilities and those with more significant disabilities may, want to come and participate in those. And so that's, again, a concern with maybe those services still won't be delivered over the summer. There's really no new programs that have been started during this time. I think there's been a lot of support of just trying to get families comfortable with virtual learning and doing what they can for their students. So I don't have any new program things to report, just concerns of, our students with disabilities perhaps not receiving some of the services that they're in need of as much as they would if they were in person.
Okay, thank you. Kendra.
I have no report this month.
Okay, thank you. Suzanne. Is Suzanne back?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
Come off camera or back on camera. So the trends that we're seeing are kind of to be expected. There are questions about the whole eligibility process. And since one county is different from another, we still have some counties that say, let's wait till we go in person and then we'll do eligibility meetings, or then we'll start services. So general IEP questions, it kind of breaks the whole thing down. It is from one end of the gamut to the other as far as, the ones who seem to really be struggling are the kids who were just getting started with services and or just getting found eligible, hopefully, or evaluated when COVID hit, and they're still struggling to get that official eligibility approval. And but then questions, with IEPs as far as your simple things like, does everyone still have to be there, even if for the IEP meeting, even if it's virtual, and so it seems that we have some places that are pushing their luck on that. I think Hank kind of summed it up when he said he's got good job security and they're keeping him busy. And then we are having a lot of questions about the dispute resolution process. And, at this point, what are my options? And, what can I do? Because I'm not getting anywhere with the school. So, which are also leading to behaviors, shocker, shocker. So I will put this in a, I'll send my written report to Marguerite for the notes. And then, because then also we do have SSEAC trainings. Part of our contract with VDOE is to co-present on SSEAC training And so we are very excited. We have flyers for that. If you can help us to distribute that, that would be great. So we have 4 online training options starting in April, May, July, and August. And then we're also going to be doing some virtual training courses, much like Transition University, where it is a self-paced course for parents and professionals. And so the other 4 that I mentioned from April to August will be actual like facilitated live type discussion. So I will send that flyer as well. How do I get that to all the participants, Christine? Do I send it to you or send that to Marguerite and she sends it out?
I think myself or even Hank, and then we can make sure it gets to everyone.
All right. That's it.
Thank you. Delana.
Okay, we have several things that we wanted to discuss in my report. Mostly there's a lot of commendations. Okay. We're going to continue to have kudos to the Department of Ed and the Virginia Department of Ed for continuing to keep the students with disabilities as a priority during the pandemic closures and providing access to teachers in the buildings, allowing fair, equitable education for our students. So we're still excited and happy to know that our students were a priority throughout the pandemic. Continue to have kudos for continuing the CARES funding and allowing it to be utilized to the special education teachers for receiving hazard pay for the frontline workers who have been online in the building, who've been in the building since it was presented. So that's kudos in that area, depending on the localities. Kudos to the governor for allowing each locality to determine the best return to learn for each student, as one does not fit all and cookie cutters for our students. So allowing the localities to make those decisions, and hopefully the localities were continuing to incorporate their people, their parents, and all. That's a kudos for that. Kudos to the governor for moving the teachers to priority in the shots. The teachers want to be back in the buildings with their kids. They want to be back teaching. So allowing them to become the priority has been wonderful because it's allowing the buildings to open with a safer return to learn. Concerns. Continued concerns for the accurate data for the virtual students. Concerns for the students with disabilities, loss of performance in all levels. We are seeing that because of the virtual, because of being away from out of the building, because of the social emotional, that we do have losses and regression. So concerns for that. Concerns for the retention of new teachers based upon the added level of stresses from the pandemic. And on the other side, concerns for a mass exodus in June or previously retirements due to the added stresses from the pandemic. Continued teacher burnout, social emotional concerns, and that tags on those other 2. And then we have concerns for the implementation for the VAP. As we knew it was coming, there was becoming a new VAP. It's going to roll out next school year, but there has not been any trainings as of yet. And so there hasn't really been a bird walk year for that. So that's a concern. And then complaints. The teachers are still complaining the caseloads are extremely heavy due to loss of other teachers. Not all teachers across the Commonwealth, especially in the bigger areas, the city localities, are feeling heard or appreciated. And then teacher retention.
Okay, great. All right, Dr. Castle's away. Mr. Garrison.
Hey, I just echo what everybody else said. And just a couple of nuances. One of the big things is about recovery. There's a lot of confusion about what's possible and what's not. And I think that what I'm seeing interacting with the different school divisions and parents is that the virtual environment has really exacerbated the confusion around state level guidance and the local individual IEP teams real authority. And that I think is something that people don't get, because everything for me seems to drive toward giving that local IEP team the resources to be able to do what's exactly correct for that one particular student. And yet I've got a lot of feedback from parents about wanting to have really clear definitions about how virtual learning is going to work. To like, I think a lot of the parents, just to kind of generalize what they're saying, is they really don't know what they should be expecting. They really feel like they're not aware of what their rights are and things like that. So on a positive note, that SEAC training, Suzanne, like I know of several school SEACs that are planning on either virtually or physically attending together. So they're, if they're able to, they're going to get all in one room, maybe socially distanced in a conference room, and everyone's going to go through the training together. I think that's going to be brilliant. I know that I'm going to sign up for April just to try and raise my game as a local chairperson. So there's a lot of excitement about that. There's a lot of excitement about that in my area. The other big thing that is hard for us to fix, but for the parents in divisions that are going back, but the parent and the family decision is not to. They're concerned about a lot of different issues. They feel very much left behind. They feel like they're making a decision about what's best for their family, and that their children are not going to get services anywhere near what the families that decide to go back in. So I see a lot of confusion, a lot of uncertainty, and I think that uncertainty breeds confrontation. So, and also I am absolutely, not directly, but not a whole lot directly, but indirectly, I'm hearing a tremendous amount about teacher burnout and starting to see challenges between teachers and staff back and forth, feeling like when you get that stressed out, your ability to be empathetic kind of goes away, and you start getting so stressed that everything is seen from your own viewpoint. So there you go. Thank you. Thank you, Pete.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, Justin.
No report at this time.
Okay, thank you. And Claire did actually send a report, and Marguerite, I can send that to you. And Marguerite, you're up.
All right. Some local SEAC were not able to meet, and that was very detrimental, especially in the time where the parent input and the parent voices are really, really important. And it's due to kind of policies in terms of how many people have to be in person and how many have to be virtual in order for a meeting to find place. Some of the parents that I'm hearing, there's a lot of concerns about the loss of virtual instruction or the support that special ed students had doing in-person learning that was not able to be provided during the virtual instruction. So some of the students are at a place where it's almost impossible for them to recuperate the loss of a year, which is very detrimental. And as somebody already said, that there's a lack of flexibility with the school board and lack of understanding for some of the the schools, what that really means, because the school board allowed teachers to stay home and remain virtual. There's an issue about compensatory services for students over summer, so that's a big issue. Students should, if student could come back and do summer school. What Delana was pointing out, I see that as well. There's the fear of teacher burnout, but more about that is also the fear or the fact that when you're in a pandemic and when you're hit with so much extra, a pandemic also comes back or kind of hits on your own personal trauma. And that is what we see with some of the teachers, that they're reacting because they have their own trauma lens, which is really, really sad. And the burnout is huge. So I see that, and I have been working with some teachers and as well with students. So we are expecting a huge amount of students coming back into the building because students have all had an A score due to the pandemic. So how do we prepare for that with limited resources, even though more counselors have been hired, but not enough social workers or psychologists. So there is a huge amount of worries around how do we handle the mental health issues within the school system. And I think we need to have a bigger awareness of that. All right, I think these are my, that's for me.
All right, great, thank you. Let's see, Erin.
Hi, thank you. Just a couple of quick things from the Virginia Department of Social Services. The first one is not specifically education related, but really exciting. So I just wanted to share that the last Pandemic Act, the one that was passed and signed into law on December 27th, had a section to support and fund some additional supports and services for our families involved in the child welfare system, specifically kinship families, in-home support for our families, and some prevention services, as well as some great funding for our older youth who are in the process of transitioning out of foster care or recently transitioned out. I mention them specifically because we know we have an overrepresentation of young people with IEPs in the foster care system. We also know that we have that our population of young people have a poorer graduation rate than their peers, both of which leads to unemployment and or underemployment in normal times, making it that much more difficult in times like these for them to make ends meet. So we're really excited to have some additional funding to be able to support their urgent needs right now and moving forward over the next several months. The other education-related thing I wanted to mention is that the Virginia Department of Social Services and VDOE Educational Stability Foster Care Team, which is myself and a couple of folks from my office, as well as Dr. Pat Pop and her assistant, Laura Hackett. We are working on an update to our guidance for schools and local departments of social services. We have learned in the last 3 years since its last update that folks really need a much stronger section regarding our young people who have IEPs. And so that's a big section that we're going to be bulking up and improving. And we hope to have that completed hopefully by the end of this summer so that it's ready to go for next school year. That's all I've got for you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see, Matt, you're up, sir.
All right. I had already sent Meredith my report, and it's not much. It's just that we are now accepting scheduling in-office appointments for those people who have requested that. Most of our services are being provided virtually or through employment service organizations. And one of the services that I think is most relevant to the team is work-based learning experiences, hands-on career exploration in the community for those families and students who feel comfortable going out in the community and trickling some of those people out and then trying to get more people through this summer. So that's it. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, sir. Let's see, Tasha. Jill.
Okay, well, we're have some of the same challenges that other people have talked about. It's certainly a balancing act with the in-person learning and the virtual time. And we are making strides with more in-person learning. Most of our students come to us with tremendous gaps already in education, as well as a large amount of our students are identified with disabilities. So balancing that has been an interesting act, but I think we're making strides, and we're doing as good as we can expect at this time, and hope to be getting better at as time goes on with that. We have continued to participate in our agency's town hall meetings, and have been included in those, and those occur about every 2 to 3 months. And that's a good mechanism to update parents regarding education, to include what we're doing with students with disabilities surrounding assessment, IEP meetings, transition activities, instruction, and support in the classroom, and how those students are being supported through special education. So that's pretty much what we've been doing, and I will send you, Marguerite, a little write-up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Brian, you're up.
Hey, I just want to give a shout out to the DOE, particularly Hank's office, for always keeping private schools in his thoughts, and supporting us, keeping us informed throughout the past year, and certainly over time as well. He always made sure we had representation on different work groups that were being formed due to the pandemic and things like that. So just thank you to Hank and his office for keeping us in mind. As we all go through this together, we're all dealing with similar issues with our students here in private facilities as well as in public facilities too. Also, we have a conference, our spring BASEF conference is coming up on April 22nd and 23rd. If anyone would like some more information about that, please just send me an email, and I will send you a link to registration and some information if you'd like. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Joan.
I don't have a report at this time.
Oh, thank you. And Sandy. Oh, you're muted.
Yep, I'm here. I don't really have a report at this time. We're struggling just like everybody else, just trying to keep everything on the tracks, and summer school and getting kids in and serving kids and mental health and all that kind of fun stuff. So we are all same kind of problems everyone else, I think, at this point is having, and that pretty much takes up most of our days. So that's all I have.
Okay, great. Thank you. Michael.
I think Ms. Curry actually summed it up the best. I mean, all the kudos and the concerns that she shared are certainly the ones that I feel that I'm hearing the most about. And I think certainly Hank's first comment about just the fact that there's so many parents that are still concerned about the fact that the spread is greater for our special ed youngsters than a regular. I mean, it's great for all of our youngsters, but special ed especially, that gap is exacerbated. I am hearing a lot of chatter and questions about extended school year, what summer school will look like, and that kind of thing, because obviously that's coming up quickly, and people want to make sure there's any kind of work they can do to get that and get their children on that kind of track. That would be helpful as well. But the big thing is just people are just still trying to navigate the system and making sure they're trying to address the needs of our kids.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I will say that my report echoes most of what you all have already captured or shared this morning. What I heard a lot coming up throughout the reports was the extended school year services, the recovery services, compensatory services. And I would like to give a shout out to Mr. Millward as well, because he did a recovery services presentation not that far off. And that might be helpful if perhaps maybe we could revisit that or share it or create another presentation discussion covering those specific topics, because as everyone has indicated here, it's coming because of the time of year. And so Hank, I don't know if that's something that you would be open to, or if you just want folks to be sent the link of the first presentation you had done.
You want me to present to the state SEAC?
No, I think just in general, the presentation that you had done, I believe it was for the Fairfax SEPTA, maybe their PTA, and you had a discussion with the folks about the differences between those extended school year services, compensatory services. Is that something that you'd be willing to take on or have another discussion? Not necessarily to
the SEAC, but to anybody else that asked for it? Yes.
Correct. Okay.
I am here to serve as requested by the constituency of the Virginia Commonwealth.
You are fantastic.
Hey, Christine,
wonderful. Yes, sir.
that would be fabulous if we could fast track that. Like, I definitely would not want to wait till July. That's something that a lot of people in my region would like to know right now. So if we could fast track either that link or scheduling Hank for that presentation online, that would be amazing.
I'm on it right now. I'm actually I will paste the link to there's a YouTube video. If you're fine with that, Hank, to help folks.
There's a link to it, fine.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? Okay, I think we have wrapped up our constituency report. I'm going to do a time check. We're at 10:30. Jill, I know we are eating into our annual report discussion. And so I'll try to make up some time here now and not really address too much of the business discussions, because we covered pretty much a lot of that at the top of the meeting. Just the amount of activity that is happening between the superintendent's memos, the General Assembly, the report, and so I've called upon Jill and the subcommittee chairs to sort of come prepared. I'm going to hand the annual report discussion off to Jill for her to facilitate that discussion. I'm going to, try to keep up with the notes and capture some of the ideas. I will say that one of the things I forgot to mention was that there is a new updated SEAC guide. If you all are interested in that has been released. I don't know that a superintendent's memo has come out to highlight, but there is an updated guide, an updated SEAC guide that's available that I would encourage you to distribute to your constituents. If you're a parent representative specifically, or even a teacher rep, you might find that to be helpful. And I think other than that, if there was any discussion about some of those superintendent's memos that I talked about, or some of the bills that are coming out, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I am going to turn the floor over to Jill.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Christine. I think we do need to have a hard stop at 12 o'clock. So if Mike, you've been keeping track of time, if you would continue to do that, that'd be great, because we have some business we need to take care of at 12 o'clock regarding, our election of new SEAC officers. So a hard stop at 12 o'clock. And basically, if you recall, during the last meeting, we agreed to shift our presentation to our annual plan to the Board of Education during the summer, which would mean we would go in, it would align, and we would go into our new year beginning July 1 with a kind of a fresh plan. So we had talked about that last meeting, decided that we would do that. So today we'll be working on developing that report. It's really, I call it a plan, but it's really the report, the annual report for the Board of Ed. And we'll hear from each committee member a summary of priorities, concerns identified over the past year. We'll determine some relative relevance moving forward and start the crafting of recommendations. We'll ask the committees to put out some recommendations that they might think we should consider as we go forward and putting together that plan. I would like to, is somebody, Christine, can we pull up the 2020-2021 template that, so that we can show people on the screen?
I am getting ready to figure that out. Bear with me. Go ahead, keep talking. I'm gonna try to see if I can get my screen up.
Yeah, so we've used pretty much the same template for the past several years. You know, this is my last year, and it seems like we've used the same template since I've been here, which is not a bad thing because the format that we've been using is received well by the Board of Ed. And so, you know, as we look at the format, what we've done, we've added, we've kind of added some new information, changed and updated some information. And for some parts, we've left the information as is. For example, when we describe who we are, our purpose of the committee, etc., those things don't really change. So what I'd like to do is go through the plan very quickly, just give people an idea of what's going on and some of the things that we've kind of identified. And then as we get to the accommodations and recommendations, that's when I'll stop and have you guys from your committees report out so we can start taking some notes about what's important going forward. So if you'll flip to the next page, one of the things that—
Can I just make sure you're all seeing, is it large enough for you all? Because I can't tell on this end.
It might need to be a little larger, but it's definitely up. Okay. Is that good for everybody?
Can see it just fine. Yes.
Okay, great.
So one of the things, if you go to the next page, one of the things that that is indicated at the top. So just we have our black font, which kind of indicates that things are most likely in this section won't change unless somebody has some, you know, adamant disagreement about it. You know, these are the kind of things that just kind of sum up who we are, what we do. So anything in black font are things that we wouldn't foresee changing. Anything in blue font indicates a proposed addition, something that wasn't there before, or it could indicate that it was there before, but it's a hyperlink. So one of the things that we've done now that we're, you know, compliments of the virtual environment, we thought it would be a nice idea to put some hyperlinks in this document so that people, as they read it online, they can actually click on IDEA. It'll take you there. Click on McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. It'll take you there. And then the red font that you see throughout the plan indicates things that we had in our last plan, because we want to look at what we had in our last plan, but we may consider changing the language. We may consider moving the passage to another part of the document, or we may consider eliminating it altogether because, you know, some of the things that we identified last year as recommendations certainly may not be applicable now. So, and then we can go to the next. So as we organize, you can see we have our committee organization. That's not really going to change. The standing committees, you can flip through those. There's an explanation of those. You've seen this year after year. That hasn't changed. Well, we did change one of our committees a couple of years ago. We combined two, but for last year, it hasn't changed from last year. Then we go down to our meetings on the next page. And those meetings were determined at one of our previous SSEAC meetings. And going forward, you'll probably, you know, in July, you'll probably project some meetings beyond December. But for right now, those meetings are where we are, and we've changed those so they're in blue. Presentations, all of those things I believe Christine captured very nicely. She does such a good job of going back and pulling things. And these are the presentations we had this year, as well as the public comments that we've had this year. So as we look and develop our plan, we may want to look back at some of those. And then the next section is the constituency reports. So we'll probably have to go back. These are the things that were identified in red. So these are the things that were in the last plan. Certainly these have changed. We have a lot of constituency reports now that focus on some virtual learning, mental health. So I'm sure we'll go back and we'll pull those, including the ones from today, and tuck those into this section of the report. And they're pretty straightforward. They are what they are. So we'll just have to go back and pull those and put those into the report. And then we get into the recommendations. So, well, the accommodations, I guess, the recognitions and then the accommodations. And I actually did highlight this in blue for myself because, and I'm sorry, Christine, I didn't highlight it in blue when I handed it to you, but this paragraph here, if you want to highlight in blue now, this paragraph did change, and I took a stab at it, but certainly if anyone wants to change it, we can. But basically what it was is a kind of an overview of some accommodations, and it's an overview with general statements that when we go into the bullets below, we can get more specific. And certainly Ms. Curry, you gave us some very good recommendations. And I don't know if you go by Anna or I've heard different things, so, but you gave some really nice accommodations. So maybe we want to tuck some of those in. The first one we added some more specifics to because we didn't see, you know, we can do whatever we need to do with that particular accommodation, but it looks like it's still, you know, something we would consider maybe keeping, but maybe not. It's really up to the group. But if we keep the first one, here are some things that we thought were more updated for that would maybe tuck under that as sub, and then of course those are hyperlinks you can click on. Anybody could click on and go to those. And then the next page highlighted a lot in red. Not sure we want to keep those. Some of those might, based on your recommendations, might get tucked up underneath, you know, the ongoing opportunities. And then the bottom ones, of course, we've had for a while in our report. We may want to reconsider those as we go forward. But I do think, we'll take a look at what we want to keep and what we want to take out. So, and then we get into the recommendations, which should be all red because we were going to do a lot of different things and we may not even want any of these things. They may not apply anymore. As we hear from the committees, we can make a determination as to what the committees are putting forward and then prioritize those recommendations and then kind of sit on it tonight and think about it. And then tomorrow hit those kind of hard and figure out, maybe a handful of recommendations that we'll take to the Board of Ed as we prioritize those. So at this point, I think it's a good time to hear from our committees. Does anybody have any questions about the report in general and the way it's laid out and the template? And hopefully that was helpful to kind of color code it. So as we work forward, it'll be a lot of typing and reorganizing. So again, the committees, if you'll please provide us with those key priorities that have been identified over the past year, and also highlight some possible recommendations to consider going forward. Each committee has about 10 to 15 minutes and to share out, and we'll probably go to about, like I said, 11:30-ish, and then a hard stop at because we'll talk about, probably go over your reports, and then we might want to look back at the accommodations from 11:30 to 11:55, and then have a hard stop at 12. So I'd like to start with family engagement and community outreach. And Suzanne, if you want to take the lead and just lead us through that discussion, and then any of your committee members can chime in as well. But Suzanne, I'm going to turn it over to you for family engagement, community outreach. Is Suzanne here?
I am sorry, I was on mute.
That's okay.
So with, I did go back and look at the meeting minutes for our committee. And I don't know that a whole lot has changed. Things that for the July through October constituency report, we had the parent or the teacher concerns with retention, pay, burnout, recruitment support. It's an even bigger concern now, as we heard in the constituency reports as well. And with that, though, there are that was addressed in the General Assembly. So hopefully there will be some more support for teachers, but I think that continues to be an issue even more so now. We identified parent and community involvement as an issue just in general. And, that's why we have a parent engagement division at VDOE. And so, and now with that, there is the new position that Tracy Lee has moved into. And then they're going to backfill her position. So, I'm hoping that that will continue to move us forward as far as engaging parents and the community. The early student training on post-secondary options and considerations. Again, this was addressed in the General Assembly, where they are asking for IEP training module and post-secondary transition planning. And there's some money attached to that. So hopefully that will go through and that may take care of that. Maybe somebody in either on our committee or from the full committee can give us an update on the CSA funding and regional training centers. That was a concern that we had for that CSA funding. And I think that's been a big topic as well. Can I ask if anyone has an update on that?
Yeah, I can, I guess, fill you in on what I know. I mean, so far, and this is Brian, it appears as though from the JLARC findings, there wasn't any, they thought we were being funded appropriately, that, there wasn't anything wrong or we weren't overcharging for any services or things like that. I think it was pretty well in our favor for those issues involving CSA and funding and things like that. I know there's been some stuff going on in the General Assembly. I'm not sure of exact outcomes of everything just yet, but I know that they were looking at it. I know it's some things that passed or were stricken by the House, but passed by the Senate and everything. Some of it was related to rate setting, and I'm not sure if that actually passed or not. Sorry, I have a lot of papers on my desk here.
Sorry, I didn't give you a heads up either.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Well, let me ask this maybe as a clarifying question. Did the CSA funding and the regional training centers, did that come up in our constituency reports this year? That was found within our constituency reports this year. So
You
from
can speak right
July
up a
through,
couple times.
okay, all right, thank you.
You didn't take me off the spot, Christine.
No, sir.
No,
I
it's
just,
all right.
just wanted to clarify that, that's all.
Yeah. So again, they want, some amendments they were trying to push through were to eliminate the temporary 2% cap rate that we would be able to put on the CSA for our services. That was a major thing, I think. Another thing was about the distance and virtual learning, not being paid fully for that. But I think that that's been taken care of, and I think we everyone's been receiving full funding. We did have some losses, I guess, of some facilities due to that in the beginning, and I don't think they'll be able to come back from it. So it's unfortunate. Some of my colleagues that I've known for a long time have lost their jobs because of that. Some school divisions initially not paying and things like that. But that's what I know so far. But I still got some more reading to do as well.
Okay. And I see that Mike is saying that it's break time. What would you like me to do, Christine?
Do we need 5 minutes? Or do you want to work through? Yes, no, I don't
We could
see
take 5
heads.
minutes because I have more than 5 minutes worth of stuff.
Okay. Let's do, we're at 10:49. Let's do 10:55. We'll come back to this discussion. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Okay, great.
There's all the receipts. Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, that was a quick break, 10:55. I think we're ready to come back. Oh, that would be helpful if I remember how to share the screen. Hang tight. Okay, can you all see it again? Is it
Yes.
large enough? Do I need to zoom in at all? Good, good. Okay. And can you see that, like the split? I can't tell on my end what you see or what you don't see.
Between page 5 and 6.
It looks great, Christine.
We
Perfect.
can,
Okay, great.
yeah,
And as you all pose your changes, I'll try to capture that as best I can.
Okay. So I got a little sidetracked there. Let me sum this whole thing up a little bit better. I apologize. So one of the things that we had asked for was creating and maintaining an accurate list of local SEAC chairs. And then we've heard today how that is really needed. And it's like pulling teeth to get that. I know, Danny, you had somebody, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Helping with that. And I can't remember, did we get them all or it's a moving target?
I mean, we had them all for the fall. They were all updated then, and I sent them to Christine.
Okay.
Yeah, the problem with that is it is exactly that, a moving target. You'll no sooner get the chair's name, and by the time we get it all settled, somebody's new.
Yeah.
So we try to maintain that the best we can. Thanks to Danny for getting it in a format that's a little easier to update, but it's a constant need to reach out and make sure that these people are still in the same position. I think it's more important that the parent reps for each region are aware of who their contact would be in each of their assigned school divisions. That's the most important place where that contact and connectivity probably needs to occur. We at the State Department really don't reach out to local SEACs directly as often as we do the special education director, and we share that information to the directors, hoping that they will pass it on to their SEAC, primarily because we don't know and don't have all of the current contact information. We do know who each of the directors are, even though they do change, year to year and sometimes even mid-year due to retirements or other incidences. But so yeah, it's a moving target. So to say that, there be a record, we do have one, and we can continue to keep and try and keep it as current as possible. But it is like trying to hit a moving target.
Is it, Hank, I mean, my question was, do elections or like chairs get assigned at a typical time for each SEAC? Like, is it like the end of, the March meeting or thereabouts? And so we could send an email out to all of the directors, in June or whatever to say, who's your new chair?
That would give you the current chair, but I find that throughout the year, I get questions from SEAC chairs or even SPED directors asking about how do we get our SEAC members assigned and appointed. So it happens at different times for each division. I think all of them have a standard space that they appoint their committees, but I think the SEAC sometimes, because of the fluidity in that position, that they're constantly having to look at reappointments or assigning. But yeah, we could probably go out the first of the year, in September and say, okay, who is your current chair? And I think the most efficient way to get that would be to have the parent reps that are on the state SEAC, one, to help establish their rapport with their local directors and their chairs, would be for them to seek that information as a matter of, one, introduction, and then two, having the information they need to, as we talked about earlier, communicate as much information as necessary and appropriate to the parents directly at the local level. So.
Okay.
That sounds like a great idea, Hank, and it makes me wonder if the parent representatives are at the state level are reaching out to the local special education directors and asking for that information to be shared. Maybe at the start of the school year, perhaps maybe check in again in December when they are about to provide their December 1 counts, and possibly follow up at the end of the year. Would your office or the department and as a whole be open to, if we're gathering the information, can we share it back to you all to be like the warehouse of who those individuals are? Am I making sense? I lost Hank.
Yeah, that would be fine to share it back to Tracy.
Okay.
Who's responsible for the state SEAC, or excuse me, and working with the local SEACs. And she is our liaison to the state SEAC. So yeah, getting her the information, we can ensure that between her and Lisa, we keep that list as up to date as possible. Okay. As I said, we don't use it very often, but when I use it, I would hope that the information is most current. But I can tell you, trying to keep lists of 132 divisions and people and is very difficult. I have that same issue with my private schools, trying to keep up with who the current director is or the instructional leaders are in those facilities, because they change so frequently. So, but we will do our best to keep it up to date if we get the information.
Okay, great.
I don't think we should be the one reaching out, because as I said, I think the state SEAC reps need to make that connection. And if you're having difficulty or you get resistance in getting it, then we can certainly reach out to the director and see if we can't get the information from them that way. But I think if the state SEAC reps make those connections, I think they'll find in most cases a very welcome connection that they would now have to the state SEAC.
Right.
A lot of our LEAs are very involved with their local SEAC. I mean, they participate in all the meetings and they work very collaboratively. We got some that, again, need some work, but those that are doing it well certainly welcome the intervention and or the input from the State Department, whether it's going to come from the state SEAC or from the department itself, my office or another office. So I would use the system as best we can.
Thank you, sir.
Our next one is about using that all localities and documents from localities would use parent-friendly language, especially around COVID, and the policies so that parents can make informed consent before signing the IEP. I mean, we can hope, but it just doesn't happen. And this was back when, you know, COVID was really just getting started, and they were trying different hybrids and that kind of stuff. But you know, those are the calls we get all the time. Parents just don't understand either what was sent or nothing was sent. We talked about completing the Parents Guide to Special Education. And I do know that Tracy Lee is leading a focus group or stakeholder group on this because Pizzi is on the group, and they've already scheduled their first meeting. So that is getting done.
Know that is a priority not only of my office, but also of Dr. Hollins.
Okay. Provide an updated list of PRCs. In my understanding, I know Danny, you did that, and I think Tracy Lee now maintains that up-to-date list. Am I correct, Hank?
That is correct. She has always maintained an up-to-date list of the PRCs and the contact person therein. And it's also shared with the CFI. They have it because they schedule a lot of meetings that involve the PRC personnel as well.
Okay. To increase equity with parents and students, we suggested that VDOE might want to consider putting out an RFP for translation of special education documents in languages other than English and Spanish, so parents can have that information in their native language. And I believe Hank has been working on this. Is that correct, Hank?
That's correct. My office is still working on trying to find the most advantageous and cost-effective means by which to translate into languages beyond Spanish. We have some resources locally for small items such as flyers and stuff like that, but as far as getting some documents that are larger than a few pages translated, it's going to require a professional translation service. So we're looking into that.
Okay.
Hey, can I ask a question quick?
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about constituency reports, or are you talking about recommendations? I just want to make sure Christine is typing it in the right place. That's all.
These are from the parent engagement, whatever we're called, family engagement committee. What are we called? Family engagement and community outreach committee. These were some of the recommendations we made.
Okay. I think Christine's writing them in the constituency report section. That's why I just wanted to, I didn't want to get everyone too confused about what was going on. That's all.
Too late. We are all confused.
We're confused. Okay. We're confused.
All right. I'm glad I could increase the confusion of everybody.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think that's why I had asked the question about whether or not CSA
I'm not confused.
Came out of whether or not CSA came out of constituency reports or something that was identified as subcommittee.
And that definitely was the subcommittee.
That came out of subcommittee, not constituency reports.
Correct.
Okay, so I may let me figure out what to do.
It was, I believe, a constituency report, and then it became subcommittee or something. I mean, that's where I had it. Okay, and then because of all the issues with the inconsistency throughout Virginia and the different LEAs, we suggested that dispute resolution department at VDOE drastically increase in their personnel numbers to accommodate and expedite those complaints. And it's my understanding that they've hired at least one person, right, Hank?
Say that again.
The dispute resolution department or the complaints department, I guess, has hired at least one other person now?
They have not hired, but they're in the hiring process.
Okay. Okay. And I think those are really our biggest thing. I know we did ask for some presentations. This may not be the time that we haven't seen yet. And I've sent those to Christine. So maybe that's just something to keep in mind for if you're looking for other presentations.
Okay. Thank you very much. And yeah, I noticed, Brian, thanks for pointing that out, because I noticed that too, but I just figure we'll end up cutting and pasting where things need to go. But some of those things I do think probably need to be moved, and we can work on moving those later to where they belong. So the next report, and thank you, Suzanne, that was pretty comprehensive, so thanks a lot. We will move to Matt. Matt, will you give us, lead us in the discussion for, well, I guess before we go there, does anybody else from the Family Engagement Community Outreach Committee want to chime in? Is there anything else that anyone wants to add to what Suzanne has presented from that committee? Okay, then. Matt, if you could lead us in the discussion for the student achievement and student outcomes, some of those key topics, and maybe some preliminary recommendations that we might want to consider as we develop the annual report.
Sure. Well, and I hope I'm using these words properly. We talked about equality when it comes to disproportionality, especially for high-risk female Black students. We talked about equity with virtual learning. And then we addressed social emotional learning. Those themes, I think everybody has been talking about consistently. Commendations, we've been commending a lot of the same programs, but I don't know if we should commend the same programs, but they have been still in operation during this pandemic, and that's the Project Search and Start on Success. And the same, I just want to clarify for equality, knowing that I know that the discipline issues have decreased, obviously, with virtual learning, or maybe they're not. I don't know. I'm not I'm not doing the teaching of those virtual classrooms, but I know the challenge is getting people to respond sometime or showing their camera or whatever. But anyhow, the commendations, that's just something to consider. I do think as a potential recommendation, the Center for Transition Innovations at VCU, which is funded by VDOE, they developed a workplace readiness skills toolkit using the 21st century workplace readiness skills. As an example, they did that for people to do transition activities at home during the virtual learning. And I found that to maybe as a recommendation, coming up with additional strategies or activities that folks could do at home for transition while they're, if we're ever in this virtual learning, which we pray, hopefully not much longer, but if it ever happens again, just an example of a resource that could be used for folks at home. And then I'm going to leave it up to, I don't know how to word that. I just wanted to put that out there to you guys. And then I'm going to leave it up to the rest of my team if they had anything that they wanted to talk about.
I think it's really nice that you pointed that out, that that they created that so that people could work at home, kids could work at home and on those transition activities. So I think we can include that if the group decides to, keep that project search where it is, we should probably add a note to that to make it more relevant,
Yeah.
as far as what's happening now with that. So thanks for sharing that. That's pretty powerful, actually.
Yeah, I think it was like 11. I don't know how many project search sites, but I believe I was told there were only 2 that weren't able to operate through the pandemic, and the same with Start on Success. I don't have the exact numbers, but I believe it was just a limited number that couldn't weren't in operation or had asked for a waiver this year so they could do it, get back into in-person learning.
Right. And maybe that's something we want to look
But
at.
I do think that
Go ahead.
Yeah, and then I know that when we talk about the partnership for Center for Transition Innovations, but I think it's worth noting that they created this resource for transition activities that, parents could download, teachers could download. And I just think that that was a good example of how you could obtain a resource through the pandemic that could be useful.
What was the name of the resource out of the Center for Transition Innovations?
Yeah, it's
Workbase?
called the Workplace Readiness Skills Toolkit. And they use the 21st century workplace readiness skills as some of the topics for activities. And if you just search that on the Center for Transition Innovations website, it'll pop up.
Thank you.
I don't know if you want to put a hyperlink in there or whatever, whatever. But that's just
Matt, come on. I'm just getting used to figuring
idea.
out how to share the screen. Now you're saying pop in the hyperlinks. Look, I'll figure that. I'll get right on that. Hold 1 second.
Hey,
you can guarantee Christine will figure that one out.
You know what I've learned?
That happened.
There's 2 things I learned through the pandemic that I'm not good at: technology and toilets. I can't repair a toilet for the life of me. I've only been through 2 toilets in the past 6 months, so I need a plumber.
Sharing, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure
If anybody
everyone,
has a plumber out there, let me know.
I'm gonna make sure I tell all my friends to come watch this YouTube video and what you have to say about plumbing abilities, Matt.
Well, I will tell you that some of it's not my fault. A lot of it's not my fault. It's the equipment I buy. When you get a screw with the seal that doesn't seal, that's not my fault,
All right. Anybody from the Student Achievement and Student Outcomes Committee would like to add anything that might help us as we move forward with thinking about recommendations?
Kendra, what did you think? I'd be curious to, being a transition person in the schools, did you find it helpful?
We did. We found it very helpful. In fact, we're working on rolling out trainings to teachers for the Workplace Readiness Skills Toolkit. So hopefully that will happen soon. And that will, in thinking about that, the one thing that I thought about mentioning was that I know I think it's Charlottesville, and then just this past year or 2 years in Region 1, we started regional transition councils. Actually, the one in Charlottesville has been in place for a long time, but this is a place where transition specialists can come together and share information. What are you doing? What are the latest updates from STARS or whoever? And I didn't know if we could work that into a recommendation for.
Would it be a recommendation or a commendation or both?
So what I think you were saying, Kendra, is the regional partnership. Is that what you were talking about?
Kendra, you're on mute.
Yeah. Did we lose her?
No, she's on mute.
Oh, okay.
Or we lost her.
Oh, we might have lost her.
Oh, God.
Are you there? Are you there? There she is. She's off mute.
Wait, no, she's still on mute.
Yeah,
We can't hear you.
There. Wait.
Oh, no.
We've
Wait,
lost your voice.
Is that her speaking there?
No.
Maybe we can come back to her.
Well, yeah. Why don't we let you work on that because we can't hear you, Kendra. And then we'll come back to you. All right. Okay. Then let's move on to policy and regulations. And Brian, if you could lead us through that discussion, that'd be great.
Sure. Well, first I'll go over the common themes from constituency reports. I looked at December's meeting, and again, probably lots of familiarity between the other things from previous meetings. But the things that certainly stuck out were FAPE for students with disabilities due to COVID, teacher retention, transition planning, social emotional needs of students, families, and all educators. Technology access was a big one too that came up. So yeah, I mean that's what I've found. You know, as far as public comments go, I think they were all kind of probably similar to reports as well. You know, I guess one of the last ones we talked about that Hank talked to us about before was the virtual learning not working for students and they're falling behind. Another one about the VAP and someone being talking about the waiver going above 1%. So there hasn't been much public comment this year, I think, under the circumstances. Wish we had more, of course. It would be definitely helpful to move forward with writing this annual report and everything. But I think we do definitely have lots of common themes amongst all of our committees, though. So I'll go over, I'm going to talk about some of the bills that I think kind of are related to our committee as a whole, you know, and then do some broad recommendations, you know, based on kind of what we've talked about today, as well as over the past year and things like that. So one of the first bills I wanted to talk about was House Bill 2117, Senate Bill 1313. This has to do with the CSA and funding. There's three parts. The first part says, you know, a private facility would need to be licensed by the Board of Education in order to receive CSA funds. There's also part of it is about receiving money for transitional services in public school settings after the student has been with a private facility for 6 months. And the final part of that bill is talking about requiring the Secretaries of Education and Health and Human Resources in conjunction with OCS and BDOE to establish a work group with appropriate stakeholders to develop a detailed plan to direct the transfer of CSA funds currently reserved for children requiring an educational placement in a private sped day or residential school to the Virginia Department of Education. So moving away from the CSA funding private facilities to the VDOE funding private facilities. They're supposed to have a plan completed by the November 1st of this current year and a final plan by November 1st of 2022. So I think that's something we need to keep an eye on as well. Some of these, again, a lot of the bills, like we stated before, were just kind of stuff that, you know, it's come from the JLARC study to recommend others to do, which kind of makes I think overall the JLARC study was helpful in kind of doing what we were doing already, but in a more, you know, formalized data, not necessarily more data driven, but you know, I think they got a lot of information to go through, which was very helpful. There were some bills to talk about, you know, and what we had discussed is making sure people, IEP team members know their responsibilities, who's on the team, how the process works and things like that. I think something is already being done about that. Let's see. Again, requiring private facilities to receive some sort of accreditation before they are able to receive monies for the students. You know, another one was interesting is granting extensions to licenses for teachers to extend it for 2 years to make sure that they are able to complete the requirements for licensure. So I thought that was a step in the right direction, you know, during the current climate. Another one I thought was interesting was talking about cultural competency and making sure that every person receiving or seeking licensure or renewal of licensure to complete instruction or training in cultural competency. And I was looking at the Board of Education meeting minutes the other day, and I saw, you know, that they had put together as part of the, let me find it here. As part of the performance standards for teaching, adding a performance standard 6, which is about culturally responsive teaching and equitable practices. So I thought that was something that we could maybe commend them on. Another thing that's they're talking about as well, or another bill, is extending broadband services for educational purposes. So again, that's something, you know, I think, you know, as more people go back to school, it won't be as needed, but again, it's still something that needs to be in the back of our minds in case something like this were ever to happen again. Eligibility requirements, or eligibility was a topic as well, and Suzanne discussed it earlier too. So I think that's something that we need to keep working on, especially now. And you know, a lot of what I think we need to talk about too is, you know, how do we catch our students up? I know there's, you know, they've extended school year longer to the summer and things like that. I mean, is that enough? What else can we do throughout the year to help our students, you know, gain on what they missed, or catch them back up to where they should be based on missing so much school and things like that. So that's my report, I guess. I don't know if anyone else from my committee would like to add anything to that. But I need to look through. I've kind of read so much, I can't remember when things have happened, whether it was something that was recommended or a bill put in place already. But I just need to kind of collect my thoughts and put it in more of a specific timeline as to be more current with everything. But I think from there we can pull out some good recommendations for the board.
Okay.
I'm glad I wasn't on mute that whole time because I don't want to say it again.
Okay. All right. So thank you everyone for your input. And I think I think there were a lot of things that were going on in the reports, and if we could look at the commendations next in the report, and maybe there were some really good things that were brought up in the reports as far as commending people. So we probably want to do some work on that section and give people a little bit of time to mull over the recommendations and then hit the recommendations hard tomorrow as far as how we're going to craft those. But maybe we could work in the next half an hour on the commendation section to try to make that, tighten that up a little bit and you know, throw things out, add things. So let's go.
Excuse me, Jill.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Is Kendra back? Is Kendra back?
Yeah, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I see her name there. Kendra, do you have audio now? No, our computer, I hate Zoom. Okay. I hate Zoom. She put that in the chat box.
Can she add her recommendation to the chat box?
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. I was going to suggest that. If you want to, Kendra, if you can hear me, put your recommendation in the chat box. And she said, will do. That way we can read it to everyone. And Matt, you, as we move into the accommodation section, you come back and remind me that we need to read her chat box.
Yeah.
So that we don't forget that.
I think you mentioned Dale-Ann, she had some commendations too. I think you had already said that, right?
Yes. So I'm gonna let's go up to the accommodations and look at what we had, and then you know, some of those, I wasn't sure if we wanted to keep them. If we're not, I just put some suggestions. Some may be more appropriately moved to the bottom section of this. So the way we divided it in the past was the top section were things that were more current. And so a lot of the virtual, like Brian just gave a couple different accommodations on some of the virtual stuff that was going on. And then what we did on the second part was things that were kind of ongoing. And Matt, you gave some good ideas about enhancing that one particular accommodation so that we can, let people know out there when they're reading the report that it's not just that they have a toolkit, but the toolkit's available at home to be used at home. I think that's a real important piece to put in that. So any suggestions going from the group? Do we want to keep the first commendation? That was multiple work groups and task forces who address safety, learning, and the return to school for children across the Commonwealth. And we did have, I noticed there's a social emotional wellness quick guides was, thanks for adding that, because that was brought up in several of the reports, the social emotional learning. So we could capture that there. So that's good. Do we want to keep that? Any ideas about that? We want to keep that. It looks, it's pretty current. Do we want to, any ideas about that? So, okay. If anyone who doesn't want to keep it, make sure you put it in the chat box. Thumbs up. Don't forget to use your thumbs up. It's always nice to see that for affirmation. So then we looked at the 2 through 7. We had those in the top section. Let's look at number 2 for 8 consecutive years. I don't think we've gotten that report yet. So that's something that we might want to consider taking out. Would anybody be opposed to taking that out? Because we have, that was based on last year, and I'm not sure that we have the report for this year on that one. So, okay. And number 2, supporting the Virginia's for Learners, which promotes deeper learning, equity and education, the 5 C's. I think the 5 C's are not real current. What do we want to do with that? I mean, it's current, but it's not current for what we're doing as far as commendations. Any
so-
ideas about that?
Yeah, I would leave it in because the 5Cs still have an impact, even though we do virtual learning in most of the localities. It's still very prevalent, and a lot of the school board have those the profile of a Virginia graduate still in their 5-year plan.
Okay.
I think it's still applicable.
Any other comments about that? Any ideas about, do we want to leave it in this section or do we want to move it to the bottom section?
Joe, I wanted to back up after we make that decision about that one.
Okay.
I would also ask the question if is Virginia Learns Everywhere, is that not capturing or not replacing Virginia's for Learners initiative, because now it's Virginia Learns Everywhere?
Good point.
That's a good point.
The Virginia for Learners is still an initiative of the department.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we can leave that. We can leave it there, and as we work down the list, we may decide to move it to the bottom, or we may decide to keep it there. But let's keep it in for now. Supporting special education. Oh, wait a minute. Go back to what do you go by? Did you go by? I was looking at your. Is it?
My name is Dale Anna. My dad was Dale
Yeah.
and mom was Anna, and they put it together and created this name. So it's Dale Anna. I go by both.
Okay.
But and I am quite honestly right now triple taxing. So I may have missed this. I just want to double check. In our discussion, had we talked at all about the equity, the Virginia roadmap to equity? Have we talked about any of that at all? Only because I think we should have accommodations for that. And that's in the Virginia's for All Learners. So I'm not sure if that was discussed at all.
I know we've had conversations about equity, but I don't recall specifically that what you just spoke to. I'm familiar with the roadmap. So I think that's Christine's adding it up underneath the multiple work groups and task forces. But
I just think they rolled that out really pretty quickly, and I think that it looks really good. And in fact, when I was looking through the Department of Education, on the federal level, they were actually using some of the wording from the Virginia department. So I just feel like that's a commendation that we are definitely looking and working towards having equity for all of our kids. And we've discussed it a couple times here, even today, talking about the various languages, even, as we talk about the technology needed for parents, for the equality in the IP meetings, equity, sorry, wrong word. So I just feel like that's a really good commendation. I don't know. And so we did mention it quickly, and I just wanted to throw it out there. That's all.
I appreciate that. That's equity was mentioned, like you said, across the board. So let's put, and it's already in there. So thanks for putting that in there, Christine. And please, if anyone, as we go forward, jump in there, just like Daliana did, and so that we can get everybody's ideas into this document. So special education beyond the first year through a partnership with the Council for Exceptional Children. Any ideas where we want to, to me, that looked like it might be something we would want to move to the bottom if we want to keep it in. I'm not sure that this is the best place for it, but that's just my impression. So I'm asking for other people's impressions on that particular number.
Yeah, I think it's fine to move down there.
Okay. And as we move things down and we get to the bottom, then we'll reorganize the bottom too. Sure.
I think we need to maybe put something on there about the parent ombudsman.
Okay.
And then also, just all the effort the DOE put into supplying information and guidance to school divisions and private schools throughout the state over the past year. Just a tremendous amount of information they put out there and put together for everybody. I think it was, certainly an effort that involved local school divisions, private schools, and the DOE as a whole. And I think they certainly need to be commended on that whole past year.
Okay. So Christine may need some help for you to sum that up so when she gets ready to type that.
Please, yes. I know. I was going to ask for that again.
All right. Well, I can type something up and send it to you if you want.
Or if you want to put it, like you said, we could put it in the chat box and she can cut and paste. I see
Okay.
that Kendra has her recommendations in the chat box now.
Yes,
so
that would
why don't we? Yeah. So she has. Let me just read her recommendation.
Wait, so I think I'm back. Am I back?
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh my
Yay.
goodness. So my work computer hates Zoom, and every once in a while will cut off my microphone and I have to go deep within the controls to find where it's muted. So I apologize. And so I just popped in there to consider a recommendation for some support or encouragement to districts to develop transition networking councils. I learned, especially during COVID, that networking between districts is really important and does trickle down to students and parents, because we were all able to share, hey, this is how we're going to overcome this part of not being able to provide services in the traditional way. And then we were able to kind of spread that around the counties. And so anything that we can do to support transition teachers coming together to talk about implementing those activities and how other counties are doing it, whether it's a pandemic or not, is going to be helpful. Whew.
Right. And if you want to put that in blue, Christina, that would be great. So we don't get it confused with what's already there when we look at it. Great. Thanks. And Brian, if you want to just put it in the chat or send it, that'd probably be because she can just cut and paste it.
Yeah, I'm working on it now.
Thanks. I'm looking at the some of the other commendations. Let's see. I know. Let's just, I guess, go through quickly, and I'm reviewing my notes, and if I leave some things out, I know there was a commendation about extending licensure requirements during pandemic or waiving. I know you didn't say waiving, but I know they waived timelines for like CPR and I think CPR. I'm not sure if there's and I think that was it. But any of those, that I agree. That was huge for teachers because people panic when it's time for their licensure. They want to make sure they get all their stuff in, and so it was really nice that happened. So that was a accommodation that was pointed out. And then let's see. Instruction on this. Anything? Let's see. Look at 1, 15, switch. And I think I know that Diana, you had a couple accommodations that you mentioned during your during the committee reports that had to do with the governor and BDOE. Do we want to include any of those as far as BDOE and the Board of Ed making students with disability a priority, continuing the CARES funding, those things. Any comments or highlights about those areas that we might want to include? Was the intent of those to actually put it in the accommodation section, or any thoughts on that?
Are you asking me specifically, or are you asking the committee?
I think I'm asking everybody, you and specifically, was that your intent? And or is there one or two that you think would fit there, but the others were just reporting out? And then anybody else that wants to chime in.
Whenever I do my reports, I use the teacher Oreo effect, and we try to do the positives and then the negatives first. And that was also when I first came to the SEAC, that was the format that it was suggested, that we do have commendations and positives and not focus on all the negatives, which is what frequently happens. So when I do my reports, I always put in my commendations first. That's what I always talk about. And then the recommendations is the second part of it. So that's going to be up to the committee. Whatever you guys want to include is fine with me.
Right, so that answered my question. That was part of your constituency report. And then we could certainly consider any of those if we wanted to put those into this section as well. So thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Anything else we want to add from the group that we feel strongly that needs to be in the accommodation section, and then and certainly chime in if you think of something later. But as far as going down and looking at what was there last year, you know, I think the virtual job shadowing, we put that in there. I don't know if that's something that needs to be there. If we want to keep it, it probably should move to the bottom. And we can look at the bottom in a minute, but I think anybody would anybody disagree with moving that to the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and move that to the bottom. I heard a no. And then we can decide later what we want to keep in that section. And then the number 3, implementing options to sign. You know, I like that. I'm not, I think that that's still, I know I put move to the bottom, but as I listened to the constituency reports today, I heard that, you know, that's a method of communication. So that's pretty relevant, I think still, because it's an important way of communicating to parents and teachers and other people. So maybe that should not be moved to the bottom at this time. Any other thoughts on that? I know I share those newsletters with everybody in our division. They're great. And then the transition university. Last year we had it at the top. I think last year we're going back and forth of whether to put it at the top or the bottom. And we kept it at the top. Any thoughts about that?
Aren't there some other initiatives that have been done not only by PT but other organizations that might now be appropriate to be brought forward? Transition University was put forth last year, and I mean, I'm not saying that it's not to be continued in this report, but aren't there other initiatives similar to Trans University that PT's doing, or that the department has been doing, that might fit into that category?
Well, we continue to update Transition University. We've just finished a family engagement symposium. Early Childhood Academy online that was for early childhood parents and staff, just to fill you in on some of the things that.
Yeah, I think it might be good to just give PT the recognition and then list underneath for their development of and continuing update of Transition University and the development of the following new initiatives.
Okay. Will you put those?
It's just my thought, not my required input.
Right. Right. I think if you could put those in the chat box. So I noticed, Brian, you put yours in there. If Suzanne, you could put some of those initiatives down and we could add to that. More continuing the Transition University in addition to, and we can craft the word crafting later, but if we have the list, that would be good because they all sounded great. And then Brian has Christine, Brian has that in the chat box if you want to cut and paste that.
Okay, I'm sorry, what am I
In
cutting?
in the chat box, Brian included the accommodation for the support the VDOE has given to private.
Yes, it's there. It's
Did
there.
you do it? You're faster than I could keep up with. There you go.
I'm sorry. Okay, I thought something else got added when I wasn't watching.
No, you took care of it.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a lot there. Let's go to the bottom real quick and look at if there's anything we want to take out or anything we want to reword. The bottom section of ongoing opportunities, partnerships, and initiatives by VD. Yeah. And there's a lot of work that's going on, but there's a lot of work that continues that's still relevant, I think. And is there anything we would want to change in that area, or we want to leave it just the way it is?
I will just say that if you are aware of an initiative or someone to recognize and commend for the work that they're doing, include it in the chat box. But if you also have the hyperlink, that would be helpful. Not that I can't, go back and forth, but for some, we've got the Assistive Technology Network of the Virginia Lending Library, and that was one I couldn't find under that name, but found something that may have been similar. But I didn't hyperlink it to that. So if you are aware, please let me know.
So I'm not hearing anything. So I'm assuming that everybody wants to keep the bottom section the same as is. If anybody wants to, okay. And Suzanne just added the PT information. So thank you for that. Okay. So at this, is there anything else that we want to do with accommodations? I know we'll clean this up a little bit. And so, then we'll take another quick look at it tomorrow. And then I think at this point, we'll just ask everybody if you'll think about some of the recommendations that your committee made. We'll look at putting some of those on paper tonight, and then and bringing those forward as far as we'll talk about some of what we heard. If we leave something out, that'd be, make sure we know. And then so we'll just kind of simmer on those recommendations a little bit tonight, and then come back to the table and work on the recommendation piece tomorrow. Anything else anyone wants to add before we move on? Okay, well, we are just about at 12 o'clock. I don't know if we want to take a few minutes or we want to just, Christine, jump right into the, I know we don't have a scheduled break, so I guess we're going to jump right into the elections of new SEAC officers. And thank you, Christine, for taking notes. That was, that's great. You were really fast and it was very helpful.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to turn the floor back over to you so you can get that piece started.
Okay, so how's everybody feeling? Thumbs up. You want to keep plugging through? We're going to get through nominations and then we'll conclude the work for today. Okay, great. So you all had received or knew that we were coming up for an election of the officers, and those of you that had been nominated were contacted to determine if you had an interest in serving in one of the roles that are available. All of the positions are up for grabs. And so with that, I am actually going to turn the floor over to Mr. Justin, who is going to share his nominations report. And then we will go from there for casting votes. So at this time, I am going to open the floor for the nominations committee chair, Mr. Justin.
Thank you, Christine. Hope everyone is doing great. The nominees for the chair are Mike Garrison and Mike Willion. After you guys, I guess, could you guys give a little brief description, like not announcement, but like a blurb to describe like why would you like to serve as the chair? And I'll get started with Mike Garrison.
Flattered to be nominated. Not sure that I am necessarily the best choice. Pretty inexperienced.
And Mike Willion.
Well, I tell you, Mike, I mean, that's a pretty compelling speech. I'm sorry. I appreciate that, Mike. Michael Wellen, I'm a lifelong educator. I'm a retired school superintendent. I'm active in PTAs now across the state in different ways, locally as well as through the state. Just anxious to serve. I have 2 special ed youngsters, and so certainly I advocate for them every day, and I try to extrapolate that to all the youngsters in our Commonwealth, because I believe we have a real need there to make sure those students get the support and services they need.
Okay.
Voting for Michael.
And then for the vice chair, we have Miss Marguerite Jeffer, Kendra Bletcher, and Michael again. So I guess for Miss Marguerite and Kendra, could you give a little description?
Hi, I have been a chair for the local SEAC. I think I was chair 2 times in a row, vice chair over there as well, and secretary at my local SEAC. So I am very passionate because I have a child with a disability, and I'm also a school social worker. So I'm in and out in dual roles, serving our community. So I'm very passionate about it. And also I want this committee to be successful.
Okay. Who else? I think that's it for the member. And then secretary is Miss Marguerite too. So I guess these are the same. And then I guess for members at large, we have Jeff Castle, Kendra Bletcher, Mike Garrison, Danny, Meredith, Barber, Sandy Thorpe, and Michael Willion for members at large. And if anybody would like to give a little blurb, that'd be great.
I'm most interested in being a member at large just so I can learn more.
Okay.
I am happy to help out in any way. My schedule does get a bit busy. and sometimes can make meetings and not make meetings. But I'm happy to serve if decided that.
I'll echo that. I'm very happy to support in any way. This is Kendra Belcher. I currently coordinate career and transition services, but would just be honored to assist in any way that I can as member at large.
And I'll go ahead and echo the exact same thing, to serve as member at large. I mean, I am passionate about the work that is done. I've been involved in the county level SEAC, and then just being able to be a part of the state level SEAC. And again, how do we support our students with disabilities out in the field? So happy to serve.
I agree with that. I'm also happy to serve, and I appreciate the nomination. You know, as a parent of a child with a disability, and also as a high school teacher, I have a unique perspective, and also, obviously I'm very passionate about this. So again, thank you for the nomination, and I'd be happy to serve if chosen.
Hey, Justin?
Yes.
I think I may have been nominated too.
I think, yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yep. I just, your name wasn't on the list, so yeah, you can go ahead and.
For the chair, correct?
Yes, for the chair, yes.
Okay.
And I'll help to sort of clarify some of that. Our bylaws talk about the members only serving two back-to-back 2-year terms. And so you were appointed as the member at large and have served in that role, if I'm not mistaken, for 4 years. And so please correct me if that is not accurate. So I don't know, and maybe there needs to be some clarification within the bylaws about if it's serving in a single role or just serving on the executive committee, period. So I would need some help with that. Maybe Hank, can you answer that question with regards to the bylaws?
I don't have your bylaws committed to memory like I do the Virginia regulations, but I would think I can go look them up real quick and come back in just a few minutes.
Okay. And that's what I am looking at is, let's see. The term, actually, it's the term of each member of the executive committee will begin at the end of the meeting at which he or she is selected. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for.
You've got the bylaws in front of you.
I do.
I would say if they aren't specific to whether or not someone can or cannot serve in another role, then it would be appropriate to let someone serve in a different position. I think the bylaws, if I do recall, mainly focused on in your current position, you know, it can be for 2 terms.
Okay.
I mean, and it would make sense because oftentimes in previous situations, the vice chair has moved up, even though the vice chair may have served their 2 terms as vice chair, they've moved up to the chair position.
Yeah,
Correct.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
And I think that that's where it's not clear about that 2-year distinction. If it's just as a executive committee member specific, or it's serving on the executive committee as a whole. And in that case, then Brian would be would also be a nominee for the position of chair.
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
I agree. You know, from my experience working with lots of different boards in and outside of public and private, shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. I would agree too, because we have so many times that the chair, what Hank was saying, going from the chair position into or from the vice chair position into the chair position. And if we would apply that rule, then that would never happen. And that doesn't make sense. So I think, yeah, it probably means in that specific position.
Fantastic. All righty then. So we have all of the nominees.
I also was nominated for the member at large position.
Okay.
Hey, Christine, I got knocked off the internet. Can you just give me a brief summary? Was it the Mike, Brian, and Margaret all were nominated for chair?
I need Justin's help with that. I thought it was Brian, Mike, and Michael for chair.
Okay. It was. I'd like to remove myself as chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
And this is Suzanne. I just have to say that in all my years, I was that one person on this call who Jeff Fennessy mentioned has been here, since dirt. And we have never had this many people on a committee, on the state SEAC committee, willing to serve in some capacity or another. So kudos to all of you. This is very impressive.
So Brian, do you want to share a few words about why you would be, your interest in serving in the role as the chair?
Sure. Hi, I'm Brian. I represent private schools. I've been on the committee. I'm just finishing up my 5th year. I've served in several of the committees and served as chair of several of the committees. I enjoy what I do. I love working for my students. I know my students are a small portion of the kids who need our services across the state. I love collaborating with all of you, learning the issues that you guys are having within your own districts and things like that. And, I just always love helping and always pushing forward and want to improve the lives for our students.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. And I did found what I was looking for, and it is in Article 8, Section 1. The officers of the state SEAC will be chair, vice chair, and secretary. Officers will serve a 2-year term and may be reelected for 1 additional 2-year term of office. Officers have voting privileges. So it doesn't say anything about if you were the member at large, which, in other words, Brian, you are good as far as what I can tell. So awesome sauce. All righty. Are there any additional nominations from the floor for any of the positions? I think we tried to capture everyone. So we're good with the slate that was presented, and we'll go through one by one the nominees. So I am going to ask you all to cast your vote in the chat box. I'm first looking for your who you are choosing to serve in the role as chair in the chat box, and your options are Mr. Brian Sumo or Mr. Michael Willon. Is everyone's chat feature working?
Do you want the chats to go privately to you or to everybody?
No, to everyone. This is, we are casting a ballot. So open ballot. Do we have, is that everyone that is on the call right now?
I'm a non-voting member, so I didn't vote.
Okay, it looks like Brian. If I am counting everyone, so congratulations to Mr. Sumo, Mr. Chair. Okay, next up we have our candidates for vice chair. And the candidates, Justin, can you help me out with the candidates again?
It was Marguerite, Kendra, and Michael.
Which Michael, sir?
Really on?
Did we take Mike Garristing out of the vice chair position?
Yeah.
Mike, did you put yourself out of the position for the vice chair? I had you in.
I didn't know if I was nominated for vice chair or not.
You were in the December minutes.
If selected, I would serve.
Okay. So we have Marguerite, Michael, Kendra, both Michaels, correct? Both Michaels.
Yes.
We've got 4. Okay, 4. So if you all can cast your vote in the chat box on your nominee for vice chair. Okay, do we have everyone? Marguerite, vice chair.
Thank you.
And we'll wrap this up in a tidier bow when we get to the end, because now we're on to the secretary, and our only nominee for the secretary was Marguerite, and so now we need nominations from the floor for the secretary. And I know you don't all jump at it at once. I know that's the best seat in the house, but we need help. If somebody can step into the role as the secretary or nominate themselves, you've got a pretty high probable chance that you're gonna get
I'd like
that
to nominate Mike
nomination.
Garrison.
Nothing could be farther from my skill set.
Oh, and there was a second in there for that.
Unless you've got a live transcription service, no way.
Come on. No one? Oof.
Maybe Marguerite can tell them how great it is, what she gets to do, and that would maybe help them want to do it more.
It is a great job. It's a very involved job, actually, because you have to be on all the time. So that doesn't sound really positive here. But I think, I served for 2.5 years, I believe, or I don't know, almost 3 years. It has been a really great experience. I feel
Sandra, would you take a nominate? Could I nominate Sandra Thorpe? Sandra, would you consider it?
And don't forget fulfilling, Marguerite.
I wouldn't mind, except for I'm already the secretary of a group for VCASE, and I'm just afraid I will overspend myself and not be able to provide what we're used to from Marguerite. That would be my only concern.
So let me ask this question. Maybe at this time I'll possibly defer to the incoming chair. Would you like us to table this nomination until your July meeting? When you've got, at that time, you're going to have some new members coming on board. You've got some folks that are missing right now. And, you know, certainly there are those of us that are happy to help in any way that we can, just don't want to be called secretary or take on that role.
Christine, my concern with that is that you would have Marguerite serving both as the chair and the secretary in July, and I don't think that would be a fair distribution of responsibilities.
What is
and you
your
have to have somebody that's going to take the minutes in July.
Correct.
Could we table this till tomorrow
Yes, let's
and see if some nominations come in overnight, and then we can have this vote tomorrow instead?
Yes, I like that idea. I like that idea. We'll take a separate, we'll pose it when we've got a few more folks on the call. And I don't think that there's anything within our bylaws that excludes our ex officio members from being, I'm watching Suzanne shake. I was just honed in on her facial expression when I said that. There are 2 ex officio members serving on this committee, but you know, just to throw it out there to the full committee. I like that
They
idea.
cannot serve in an executive position or in a voting position because they're non-voting members.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. So we will, for the time being, temporarily suspend the nomination for the secretary. We'll come back to it tomorrow. Now we have 3 member-at-large positions that are available. Within the bylaws, it indicates that the outgoing chair, if they are still part of the committee, defaults to the member-at-large, creating a 4th position. So I'll be serving alongside you all. Our members, again, for the member-at-large, Justin, can you help me out again?
Yes. Jeff Castle, Kendra, Mike Garrison, Danny, Meredith, and Sandy, and the other Mike.
Okay.
All of them.
Can you say it one more time? Sorry.
Yes, you're good. It was Jeff Castle, Kendra, Mike Garrison, Danny, Meredith, Sandy, and Mike Willon.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Let's see here. Let me, Marguerite, can you copy and paste that into the chat box, the names?
I can.
Because
let me do that quick.
then what we'll have folks do is choose their 3 candidates. And bear with us. And if anybody else wanted to nominate themselves for member at large, throw your name in now or forever hold your peace. This one's going to be a little harder to decipher. Somebody doing the math real quick on this one. I'm seeing Michael Willon.
Well, do you want to take just a couple minute break and do that?
Yes, that would be helpful. I know we're close to time.
Yeah, I mean, I think 5 minutes, 4 minutes should be fine.
Okay, 5 minutes, a 5-minute break so that we can tally this up and come back. All right, folks? Good.
right, are we good?
Okay. So I think the final votes are in, and I believe we have Ms. Kendra and Mr. Mike.
Yeah.
The Michaels. Is that correct? It's Kendra,
Yeah.
Mr. Garrison, Mr. Milon.
Yeah, Kendra had 7, Mike has 8, and Michael has 7.
Okay. Okay. Very good. So we're good on our members at large. So now I'm going to present the slate of officers I'm going to put forward and ask for a motion to approve the slate of officers in the position of chair, Brian Sumo, in the position of vice chair, Marguerite Jeffer, and the at-large members, Ms. Kendra Belcher, Mr. Michael Garrison, Mr. Michael Willon, Ms. Christine Jermeyer. Is there a motion from the floor to approve the slate?
A motion.
I'll second.
Wait a second. Okay.
Jill, second. Any further discussion?
We have to remember the secretary position. So are we
Yes.
going to just come back to that tomorrow and approve this now?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second.
We've got Jill as the second.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. That's all right. We're going through this slate that we have currently, and then I'll come back tomorrow to do the secretary. So I will now, if there's no further discussion, I will now call the roll. Please respond aye or nay. Danny.
Aye.
Meredith.
Aye.
Kendra.
Aye.
Delana.
Aye.
Mr. Garrison.
Aye.
Justin.
Aye.
Marguerite.
Aye.
Aaron.
Aye.
Matt. Did we lose Matt? Jill.
Aye.
Brian.
Aye.
Joan.
Aye.
Sandy.
Aye.
And Mr. Willon.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. The motion carries. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you for your willingness to serve in this role, the various roles. So we are just about at time, and I'm going to call on Hank to see if there's anything else we need to discuss before we close out the business of today.
No, I can't think of anything that you needed to do today. Just a reminder that tomorrow there'll be an added agenda item shortly following Dr. Hollins's presentation, in which she and/or I will be recognizing the service of those 5 individuals that will be, I don't want to say aging out of, or whose terms of appointment have expired. And there's 5 of you, and I don't recall all the names off the top of my head. It was Reagan, Matt, Tasha, Jill, and Joan. Those are the 5.
You got them all.
You will be recognized for your 3 to 6 years of service to the state SEAC. It'll be a verbal presentation, and I will be sending out to your home address or reaching out to you and as to where you would prefer to send it. But I will be sending you a framed certificate via the U.S. Postal Service. So just be advised of that and want to be present for that tomorrow, right after, like I said, Dr. Hollins's presentation. That doesn't appear on the agenda for tomorrow.
Hank, can you send me the names of those people so I can make sure I have it in the minutes for tomorrow, please?
You want me to send them to you? Sure.
Yes, please.
I will do that.
All righty. Is there any further discussion? Are we good? All righty, folks. The time is now 12:30. I am going to call this meeting adjourned until tomorrow morning. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Excellent. And I am going to stop the I'm going to now stop the recording. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.